Everybody, and welcome back to Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Got it right.
My name is Jake, and I will be your DM tonight. These are
2
my
weeks in a row.
these are my lovely cohorts and players, the people with whom I love so dearly.
Just use the word you want to use. Use accomplices. Come on now.
My gaggle of chuckle fucks.
My name is Jeff Probst, and you will not turn away.
Oh.
That is a long joke that requires explanation at some point.
Yeah.
Oh.
The short version is TJ and I just at some point just started shouting. Effectively, the core of the joke is that Jeff Probst is a sociopath who uses Survivor as his way of sprouting either his mass murder through cable access television or his manifesto.
Okay, but where's the joke? It's just
the joke being that this is going to happen at some point.
Yeah, the joke is trying to figure out the most extreme thing to say.
Like, I'm just sitting here just like, okay, you're just telling facts here, so when's the joke?
When does Survivor become the most dangerous game? That's the real joke.
Right.
Joke's on you for thinking it isn't already.
I tweeted something.
I was going to say, when was the last time you heard any news about any of the people who've been on that show? Like, have you checked the obituaries?
Oh, you're implying that they'll be remembered.
I'm implying that they're dead.
Oh my god!
That was another one, I think, and if it wasn't.
Shit.
My name is Jeff Probst, and you will not be remembered. For some reason in my head, he always racks an AK.
God. See, like Warden said, the initial tomfoolery ended. Now's the real tomfoolery.
That was TJ, but go ahead.
Was it? Fuck.
I don't give a shit. Credit goes to whoever wants it. Anyway.
Yes. Oh, now that we've let people into our inside joke.
So we're basically family now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh god, Riona in chat. My name is Jeff Probst, and I can run faster horny than you can scared. That's a good one. That's a good one. Where we last left off, before the Twitch police come for me, where we last
might want to choose your words more carefully.
Where we last left off, you guys had just finished saving the slums from being ruined and burned and ransacked, and had chosen to stay with the inhabitants of the lower spine slums, helping them gathering supplies and helping them learn how to fight back. After 2 nights, after the first night, I should say, you through happenstance and through a lucky encounter, you were invited to spend your last night before it began at Chorus's home, and met his family of eclectic folk.
Word for it.
Yes. And when the morning came and the signs that battle had begun, you pushed on from his home into the Crown, where after a minute and 42 seconds of fighting, total.
Yeah, that was a blitz.
Yes. Some would even call it a Krieg. A blitzkrieg, if you will.
No, maybe we don't call it that.
I mean, you are from Duver.
I understand that's why maybe we don't call it
that. We can do that here.
Ixnay.
Nothing happened between the years of 1940 to 1945.
Oh, would it be 1939?
Shh.
Good, Poland knows what it did.
Those are the years where the minions just went away.
After that, you guys charged into the crown, defeating Governor Ashmore and his lieutenants. Where after the brutal fighting, most of you went up to the fourth floor, the governor's personal residence, where you discovered his wife, which you spared. Theft discovering something far more personal in the governor's residence. Whereas Aslan decided to be the incarnation of most 80s metal album covers, took the decapitated head and body of the governor and flew it out over the fighting in the city.
I think Aslan was actually literally the cover of the first Bad Out of Hell album by Meatloaf. Just Sans motorcycle.
Hold on, I need to look this up now.
Kind of same, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, that is
yes. Yes, it is. Actually, yeah. Close enough, I think.
Like I said, Sans motorcycle.
Yeah, that's
Not
not wrong. Shit.
Aslan. Again, Aslan is your incarnation of metal.
Yeah, Nissan Acura.
Bitch. Lorenz and Pax, you two went up to the actual crown of the Skull of Wormrest, outside of the city, technically, where you saw the HIM Dreadnought approach the city and greeted Crown Prince Albrecht as he disembarked. And that is where we left off, for the most part.
I'm trying to remember, did Vaustrix also depart?
Yes,
in disembark?
Vaustrix was behind him.
He departed, and I remember him looking especially tired. He'd been giving them boosts effectively to cross country faster. It was weird to see him kind of wrung out, basically.
So as we continue on for this week, we'll begin with Lorenz and Pax kind of taking Albrecht down below, out of the wind, the very cold. Let me double check my notes. Negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit weather. See, it's so cold. Even Dave had to fucking put on a jacket.
As you do.
As you do. And Maha, as you are kind of comforting the governess Ashmore and their son, you coming down from the room that you had spotted, that kind of had the ladder leading upwards. Pax and Lorenz kind of lead Crown Prince Albrecht and Beostrix down.
Carry on.
What's up?
Oh, he's going to get another drink, I think. Yeah. Stretch a cup. Oh, okay. Oh no.
TJ don't need no glass.
Very concerned.
We don't need glass where we're going.
Sorry, I just heard him from the front door saying, "Thanks, you too," and I'm like, oh god.
Over here spilling secrets.
I think
Did
I might
somebody
be.
say enjoy your meal to him?
Maybe. Oh.
They have arrived. Oh boy.
Woo! We mix our uppers and downers in this apartment.
These
Why
are
are
what
you
we
a
would refer
crab?
to.
I'm trying to balance myself out.
Trying to progress to crab.
Yes,
Everything always crab.
everything
There are-
eventually always gets to crab. It's why Maryland
are
is the
only-
best state.
There are only two paths: return to monkey or progress to crab.
One or the other. There are no other choices. Anyway, Vaustrix and Albrecht,
Yes.
Albrecht, and who else disembarks the ship?
There's quite a few different deckhands that are disembarking. To remind you, you saw 4 gun decks, 25 guns on one side, 5 ballista on the front, and 4 cannons on the rear.
That's 25 guns per deck
Yes.
on one side. So that's 100 guns on one side of the ship.
Yes.
Also, there was something you forgot to mention last time we talked about this too. The big cannon on front.
Yes. And of course, as per the usual Imperial fashion, in the usual blackish bronze of the metal that is used, the large dragon shaped face on the front of the ship of the dragon fire cannon. Or dragon shot cannon, sorry. That is emblematic of the Imperial air fleet at this point. Yes. There's crew hands kind of like disembarking to anchor the ship to the skull. And not long after Albert and Veostrix, Leolin herself, Archmagus Leolin comes down and joins her husband and the Crown Prince. And eventually you all in the 4th floor of the Crown. Just, well, hello everyone. Is easily the most tiring journey I think I've ever had. Also, don't forget to reset yourself to 1 hero points if you haven't already.
Believe I have, yes. Yeah, so that was Veostrix that was speaking first.
That was Leolin,
Ah.
who was also looking rather ragged.
Ah.
Veostrix finds the nearest fucking couch and just kind of flops down face first into it. Just. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Albert just. Well, when Veostrix warned us that we only had 3 days and it was a 4-day travel via airship from our staging point, we decided we may as well. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get the accent right. We decided we may as well. Well, no, Leolin and her husband Veostrix decided that they were willing to make certain sacrifices to make sure we made it on time. Though it would appear that we have not quite made it on time.
We do good work.
Yes, you do.
Things progressed rather rapidly today.
Is understandable.
But I'm glad to see that you made the trip without incident, at least.
Yes, a few settlements that we passed by shot small arms fire at us, but eh,
I imagine they weren't of much issue.
no, not at all. We saw the wreckage of one of the Roshadran's artillery emplacements up in the mountains as we flew over.
Yes, that was the one we sent word to Veostrix about.
Yes, without you, I don't think we would have been able to. I think we might have run into a bit of trouble.
Well, no point in dwelling on what could have been. At least it didn't happen.
Indeed. Well, it is good to see all of you. And you especially, Mahajapit, and he kind of reaches down and actually, like, gives you as much of a hug as he can without leaning down.
And Ma's gonna almost half-heartedly return it and just not too hard, and please don't pick me up this time.
I yes, I was going to say you look like you all look like you have seen better days.
It was certainly not the easiest of battles we've encountered.
Ashmore was the epitome of what Hiroshadran General claims to be. His family is still within the area. Please show them mercy.
Of course, we are not here to cause more bloodshed than is necessary. We're not here to continue the war any longer than we have to. This whole ex- this whole endeavor was to end the war as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Duver is a bloody place even in peace. I was just wanting to make mention that these people have been through a lot.
I am quite heartened to hear that you're of the same mind, though, Albert. I gave Governor Ashmore's wife and children my word that they would not come to harm, and
I
I
would not
would not be made a liar.
indeed, I would never make you a liar, my friend, if I can help it.
Now,
Being-
that being said, I must admit I'm at a bit of a loss as to how to handle them at this point. Any place to extricate them to, or give them passage or harbor until something can be decided.
We will work something out. We will figure something. My next plans are to effectively send a missive to the Roshadran, see if they're willing to meet for peace talks. Now that we have a very open avenue, Roshadran territory, though the Roshadran homeland, I can only hope that they will see reason to meet for peace talks.
It would certainly be a welcome change, though, to be honest, I'm not holding my breath for it.
The best we will be. We can hope. Can hope. That being said, tell me, and Leolin perks up just. Have you, by chance, managed to figure out the other? You've completed one of your objectives that you were sent down here for. Have you made any progress on the other? And
Well,
Veostrix, meanwhile, Veostrix, while still facing.
we we did manage to find a few things here that we spoke with Veostrix about some days ago. While we don't have the answers just yet, we do know who we can potentially ask to find them. It's simply going to be a matter of reaching them. The rune giants to the south should have knowledge on how to handle the dragons and the worms in particular. They were the ones that brought down the one that we stand within now.
Excellent. Well, if it is a matter of reaching it, when the rest of the fleet arrives tomorrow, I would be more than happy to lend you one of my airships to see you on your mission.
That would be quite the welcome change, with us getting closer and closer to the true winter coming in here, which, by the way, I have never been so cold in my life.
Yes, it's fucking cold. Now that my mother is not around to hear me, holy fucking shit. God fucking damn, it is fucking cold down here. How the fuck do the people down here fucking do it? Holy goddamn shit. These words never leave this room.
I can see why your brother was the one that was chosen to be the public face.
I try. I try very hard, Mahajapit.
And you do well. Just
That being said,
Sometimes letting the mask down is
We went over those
Yeah.
mountains, and I swear to God, I thought my balls were going to freeze off. Ah! Oh,
not a word leaves here.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, with the matter of Governor Ashmore being deposed at this point, now comes a matter of how to properly reestablish matters here within Kalint and Wyrmrest in particular.
Yes. By the way, if anyone would like background music, it is available in the board now. I remembered the link a little late, but hey.
There we go.
Yes. I shall stay here. We shall. Once the fighting has ceased, in the city, I will give an address. Um, we will see what the status is, and after that, see about spreading the word that Tver has come to reclaim its homeland, or not to reclaim its sovereign land from Rashadra.
You should know that there is no small there is a section of the people that might not take so kindly to such a thing. The Kalint people, there is an independence movement among them. And these people, the downtrodden, who have been taught to fight for themselves, might have ideas of their own.
If you would be willing to at least hear out my personal counsel on the matter.
Of course, you have been the ones who have been here for longer than I have been here for all of 5 minutes. Please educate me on the situation in the city. I do not come as yet another conqueror.
And I know that full well, but for people that have been under the heel of Rashadrin for 35 years, for many of the younger people their entire lives, even if we do come out with a hand of peace outstretched, there are many of them that will simply see it as trading one set of shackles for another. We must act gently as we move forward with this. We may offer extensions of peace and camaraderie, but if we are rebuffed, we must not press too hard, lest we incur the wrath of those who see us as yet another invader.
We also did sort of maybe help arm them a little bit.
Well, that is to be expected.
If
When you
I may
wish
make
to
my
overthrow another force in an area, you arm the dissidents, raise them up, and then hope they don't become a problem in the future.
if I may offer my suggestion on how to go about moving forward with this, if we do offer our aid and attempt to welcome them back in the Empire, should they accept, then that will be the end of it and we need not worry. But if they do not wish to be folded within the Empire, we should still be open to offering what aid is possible without necessarily straining ourselves,
Of
but
course,
giving them the reassurance that we will not let them fall to Rashadrin again.
of course. Trade agreements are, of course, always an option. I
Right.
believe we have. I would like to think that I have learned more from my mother and my mother's failures of diplomacy and our ancestors' failures of diplomacy, where it comes, especially with Roshadrin and the smaller kingdom after we formally unified into an empire. Uh, It is a delicate situation that we have inherited here, one that I do not intend to see erupt yet again. I do not intend to trade. I do not intend to start a war on two fronts. Even if Kalint is previously one of our own kingdoms under our banner, a vassal, if you will. If the people truly wish to be free, then it is of my opinion that they can be free, but that we can also find mutual benefit in it. There has been Vestrix has, I believe, informed you of the situation that occurred some weeks ago back home.
Only in the most brief of mentions, due to the nature of our communications.
Yes, sending is a spell I have not. I am no magic wielder. I do not understand exactly how it works, but yes, my mother was giving a speech in the Devarian capital city. Someone made an attempt on her life with during the speech, yelling of tyrants is a tyranny. It is not something that has gone unnoticed. Uh, Want my honest opinion, I do believe my mother is not far from abdicating her throne. I I would like to be able to usher in, should it come to pass, my reign as emperor with an end to hostility.
Certainly a noble ambition to reach for, but cannot say that I envy your mother's position.
Nor do I. Both of our hearts still remember. And it's about this time, yeah, Aslan comes into the room from the staircase down below. We still remember the loss of my brother very sharply. But millions have died the last 3.5 decades. That is not something my brother would have wanted. I would see into this as quickly as possible.
As would I. As I think we all would.
With trade agreements hopefully in hand, but if it is not so to be, it is not to be. Ah, but if tell me if there's anyone that you know that may represent the peoples of Kalint, I'd be more than willing to hear audience with them, learn of their plight from them directly, and see what they would like. And I suppose with you knowing more about the situation than I do, do you if do you think that Kalint should be free?
There's a loaded question if I've ever heard one. Frankly, I don't know if it's within my own position to judge. But
So Discord's fucking up for me real quick, so I'm gonna restart real quick.
Okay.
Isn't there like a middle ground? Like a supervised regency or something?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
What about a middle ground? Like a supervised regency?
Puppet state.
No? I mean, you could, but
I don't imagine that would be viewed very highly.
No, don't believe either. I if Kalint would rather be free, I would see them be free. If they're okay being a vassal to the Empire, I would have them be a vassal. We could greatly benefit from their access to the Pale Mountain. Also, welcome back, TJ.
Hmm.
Well, it would probably be wise to have talks with, if not leaders, then some representatives of the populace within Wyrmrest and potentially from other cities within Kalint to get
What
a
about that
more
giant lady?
Not wrong. Not a bad start.
Elena would be someone that could be of a mind to, if not lead, then at least speak for and represent.
I would say maybe Hilda also. She is a rune giant, of that I am confident saying. It's the ring she wears as a glamour. It keeps her looking like a normal giant. I discovered that the night we were there.
Oh, normal.
Like a normal human.
She's 7'9". As far as Lorenz knows, that's giants. Um, and never encountered somebody over 6'5".
There is also Marius and the man whose name we never got, the elderly Diverian man in charge of
Bryant
the.
Duran.
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Bryant. Yeah.
Brian Durand.
I'd forgotten.
Thank you. There are multiple people within the city that should be brought into consideration. And that is this city alone. You're going to be dealing with a Roshajan occupation of the countryside for many years to come.
Yes, I do believe that this is not necessarily something that
Fuck off, Dave.
I can make summary. Dave. Summary judgment upon as just myself in this moment.
This
It
won't
is
be solved overnight.
exactly. So, the time being, although I know it is early, the sun has only just risen. The rest of the Devarian air fleet will not be arriving until tomorrow. Thanks to the in part through Veilstrix, Leolin, and the mage of the ship um, taking shifts, we were able to outpace the rest of the army by several hours. As it turns out, Leolin just, yes, because if you have more than one mage on hand, you do not have to take breaks. The ships only go when a mage is able to give it the command go with magic. But if you are able to trade out every so often. That being said, even still, my husband was the one who took most of the brunt, and is
Well, I'm just going to kind of like peer his head over towards the room where Maestrix had kind of collapsed.
I'm gonna pull out the trusty bottle of hooch we haven't seen in a while and offer it around, I guess.
Leolin will absolutely just be the first one to snatch it up and take a drink before passing it on to Lorenz.
Yeah, I'll take a swig and pass it on.
Just, well, I don't know about celebratory drinks this early.
Quick question: are we still inside 10 minutes?
Yes. Well, actually, it would be about 10 minutes, I would say.
Well, when she came back in, Aslan did still have the wings.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That is new.
But if we're at the 10 minutes now, you can hear the cracking and snapping as things go back into place
Gross.
and the wings vanish.
Grossing out the goblin.
That's a feat in itself.
Hobgoblin, to be fair. That is.
It's objectively worse to gross out a hobgoblin, to be fair.
It depends on who you ask.
Well, I suppose looking back to Aslan, just I assume that the word has been spread through the city at this point.
It is spreading. Conflicts that already have died down significantly.
Well,
Rather demoralizing sight, I'm sure.
A lot of the people at the lower levels are also soldiers of Colint. Not exactly excited to go against brother and sister. Knowing that the person pushing them to do so is long dead will help.
well then, I suppose it may be an apt thing to at least ensure that things are able to quiet down and get some order within the city. Not let things stay too chaotic for too long. Spare any needless bloodshed.
I agree. For the time being, I will not announce my presence, but I will, of course, allow the airmen who came with me on the ship to spread out through the crown and the rest of this and the nearby regions to attempt to help quell dissidents. That is not quite the correct term anymore. Help quell any fighting against our presence here. It feels bad to call them dissidents.
Technically, they were dissident against the guys we just killed. They're not our dissidents yet.
Precarious position, that.
Right. Still, you understand what I mean.
Aye.
For the time being, I shall stay here, the governess. When possible, we are able, we will send her on her way to Roshadran. And we will see how things go. Come tomorrow, when the rest of the airships arrive, and the mages of the airships are rested, you may have whichever one you wish. You head down south as the Rune Giants, and they will see you back here. Or hopefully I will have word.
Excellent. I think that's more than we could have hoped for.
It has been several weeks since we sent you down here. We would not now that we are here officially, we would not keep you in the dark for any longer than we have to.
Or the cold.
Or the
Hate
cold.
anything but the cold.
That being said, you all look fucking tired.
That obvious, is it?
Yes. Please rest. Oh, and then I kicked my desk.
I heard that.
Ugh.
Please rest.
Real quick, during downtime, can we just say I snatch a spare buckler from the barracks downstairs somewhere?
Sure. Yeah, there's plenty of them.
I'm gonna grab 2 for reasons prior discussed.
Yep. But yes, and Leolin just, I actually have a friend that I need to see in the city. It has been far too long since I last saw her.
Before you go,
Yes.
Pax is going to gingerly pull out the single vial of clear liquid he's been holding this whole time.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what this is? Because it's violently explosive.
Also going to produce Fef's bottle of that as well as the black powder and such. Yeah.
And she'll take it. She'll take it and just. I know. We have been seeing this on the war front recently. Admittedly, in less quantities than what it would seem that the reserves have been having. Seems from what our intelligence has been able to gather, I'm assuming the weaponry, which I can see on packs here, this seems to be things that they have been using for the reserves, not for the actual war front. As for this, and she looks at the liquid, I have never seen this in my life.
It is, as Pax said, wildly flammable.
Concerning, and yet intriguing.
I would also a moment to talk to you about the design of said firearms. I have done some studying. I have a vague understanding of the function of the Roshadran weaponry.
And the governess at this point speaks up. Actually, it is not our weaponry.
Then who?
That I do not know. All I know that is that my husband was receiving it via trade, shipments.
Did he keep documentation of these trades?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of.
That I am aware.
I would like to go search through his things, if you'll excuse me.
Let me know if you find anything I might like.
Come with me.
Okay.
Let me know. Fucking come with, idiot. Oh yeah.
Like, cool.
I feel like that's also still perfectly.
Fucking come with me, idiot. Oh yeah, sure.
Yes, I'll take Fef and we will go. Again, now that we've got time for it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Give me
Did you-
perception checks. Just as a. Okay. Ah. Sorry, I just find that very funny. Loren, you find in a desk, or more specifically, in the false bottom of a drawer of a desk. Every so often, you find a stack of papers. That is seems to be regarding the import of the clear liquid, of the black powder, and of the weaponry that uses the black powder specifically. And while it doesn't really mention like specific names or anything, one name does stand out: that of the Free Sale Republic.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to be puzzling over that while the politicians and the party discuss things.
Sure. And Leolin at that point just, well, I need to go see Hilda. Excuse me. As she.
You know her.
Oh, yes, I do. You mentioned Lorenz mentioned her name earlier. I heard. She's the one who helped me remove the runes in my arms. And she pulls up the sleeves of her blouse to reveal scarring, deep scarring along her arm of what used to be runes.
Snake bites.
Hmm.
He helped me remove the runes that were placed in my arms many centuries ago without losing the magical properties of such.
Interesting. Hmm. Well,
Something to do with her people's runic magic.
hmm. Very curious. It's learning more and more about the Rune Giants in the past few days.
Quite the fascinating people, aren't they?
Indeed, they are. Yes, it was actually she and her husband that allowed us into these upper parts of the city to get us our head start for managing this operation.
That does make sense. He has always been. They both have always been friends. Very loyal friends.
They were certainly eager to join in on the battle for the city.
Well, considering that the Roshadrins, from what I've been informed, have been doing to the Giants, I'm not exactly surprised.
Hard not to take personal issue with that and fight back.
And she kind of quickly turns and heads downstairs, giving a tiny wave to Ashlyn as she passes. Veostrix, by the way, still passed the fuck out on whatever couch he found.
It's like, how hard did he work for it to wipe him out?
He was any time that the ship's mage or Leland could not do it, he was the one pumping his power into the rune. I would say of the 72 hours roughly it took us to get here, he was working for at least 50 of them.
Gods above.
Yes, he has not quite slept in the last days. Quite tired.
I could imagine. That's
Also, he was able to provide so much magic. I think was going a little bit faster whenever he would do it.
curious that.
Yes, rather. So, is there as Crown Prince Albert kind of begins to clear things out and kind of make himself a little FOB, as it were. What are the rest of you going to be doing for the rest of the day? If there's anything that you guys want to do for the rest of the day.
Okay, how viable would it be for me to just loot enough bric-a-brac, essentially, to go pawn it to get another swift block?
Considering the current upheaval in the city, not very feasible.
Right.
Okay.
Like I'd imagine markets ain't exactly gonna be just open for business is not exactly booming at the moment.
Yeah, and while I could probably go acquire it, I don't think that would be a great idea.
Yeah, Maha would certainly be like if that idea gets mentioned, Maha is following you like a fucking hawk.
No,
But no,
even Fef knows that's terrible politically.
no. I think Maha is actually going to I think Maha actually might see about trying to catch up to Leland to find Hilda and Koriz.
Okay. All right. It's not terribly hard, all things considered. What with knowing where they live.
Right.
But that aside, also, of course, kind of you catch it, Leland, before she really leaves the crown. Um, and she more than happy to. eh, of course, you may come with. It is not exactly an exclusive event or anything like that.
There's also just a bit of a conversation I didn't get the chance to have with Corey's earlier.
Ah. And she kind of nods, not really asking a whole. No, just, yeah, what that first? Yeah, yeah. Uh, um, before heading down, and you kind of help her find the domicile. Um, and it's at least a couple hours that you guys are kind of waiting in the hallway there. What with?
Right.
So Fef, you're kind of looting the barracks. Um, uh,
Yeah, I'm
Zindros,
willing to wait for other people to have their stuff for
right?
what they want to do.
Lorenz, what are you doing?
Looking at those papers and kind of getting an idea that the Free Sale Buccaneers or the Free Sale Republic is involved. I'm going to be bringing that to um, Albert, I guess.
Okay. Okay. And Zendros, what are you going to be doing? Aslan as well.
I'm gonna be spending the rest of the day, one recuperating, but two also writing down like the major events that have just recently happened.
Sure. Absolutely.
Uh,
As
Aslan is currently wounded 1 from her
yes.
unfortunate encounter with your dice rolls. So she'll be resting.
Not an inaccurate description, though, to be fair.
That's fair. Pax, are you doing anything special?
No, not particularly. There, wounded's gone.
Going to be doing a medicine check on Aslan in order to help remove the wounded. Okay. And then Fef is, of course, looting the barracks for various different things. Lorenz, yours will be shorter. Probably. Lorenz, you kind of bring this paperwork back to the Crown Prince as he is in the process of as more people begin to filter down from the airship that is currently docked above. Just kind of is that healing for Aslan?
Yeah, I forgot that that's part of it.
Okay. Kind of. Yes, Lorenz, correct?
Yes. I found these papers in the governor's office. Of you were there. The governor said
Yes.
these imports of the fluid and the powder and weaponry. These are import records coming from the Free Sale Republic.
Hmm. He kind of looks things over. Being quiet for several minutes, kind of reads. Just, well, considering we consider them with the current imperial doctrine is that pirates are criminals and be treated as criminals. Where does one go to sell your illicit goods? A nation that does not treat you as criminals. Still, this begs the question, where did they get them? They make them? Are they far more powerful engineers than we expected, or something else that we are not aware of?
Both situations are possible. The movements of the Free Sale Republic have not exactly been anything but criminal activity to the Devarian Empire, and thus would not be monitored as economic maneuverings. That being said, this is also a nation without the monitorings of, let's say, technological value. These people could very well have invented these weapons, and Duver would never have known about them, thinking them as criminals.
Very true. Very true.
Lauren's gonna have a good long look at the crown prince for a moment. Just
This is a situation that will require tracking. I would recommend, in due course, then, this is a market to be infiltrated, not squashed.
Yes, this kind of, I guess we would say, firepower is not something that is to be looked away from.
I've had no less than 2 rounds from weapons such as these punch through my armor, go into my chest and exit out my back, very nearly severing connections within my spine. These are dangerous. They are simple to wield. They are not to be underestimated.
Yes.
And I know how they work.
Do you?
Yes. I've seen enough of them in operation. One of my own teammates knows how to operate said firearms. If I was to understand the construction of the black powder, I could understand what makes it necessary in the function of the weapon, and, well, this is the country that invented the dragon shot cannon.
Hmm. If you would write me a report,
Of course.
and I will read over it, of course, when I am able to, and take it into consideration going forward.
Give him a nod.
and kind of take the papers.
And Lawrence, thank you for everything that you have done for your nation, for your empire.
I've never done anything for this nation. I do it for my family. This is where we live. It is as simple as that.
And I'll keep the paper. I'll stack the papers up and walk out.
Goodbye. Oh, that one is a dour fellow. Oh, Beostrix, just entirely unbeknownst to Lawrence.
Dragon is amused.
Mahjop it. As you're kind of standing in the hallway with Leolin, just kind of waiting.
Right.
Leolin just kind of, oh, so, how have you been?
I'm sorry, but the look up just
Looks up. Shit. Looks down.
well, feel like I've been had my very life stretched back and forth on a rope over and over within the past few minutes. The governor and his men really gave me and the Duke the fight for our lives. But other than that, never better, I suppose.
That is understandable. Oh, goodness. It has been. The Empire sent you down here for a very dangerous mission, and I'm glad that all of you managed to survive.
As am I. It was not exactly. Well, I can't say I really knew what to expect coming down here, but it certainly allowed me to learn a lot, for better or worse. Just
Indeed.
seeing everyone and everything down in this nation and how they've lived and what they've lost. I do truly want to be able to help these people, that they'd be willing, open to come back and join hands with Duver again, but I've also seen how fervently the desire for freedom can burn. I just hope that whatever path ends up being taken is one that can be navigated safely for all.
As do I. As do I. Crown Prince does not show it, but I believe that the war has been taking its toll on him. It not through direct means, although of course, having lost his brother, they being fighting incident help. He tries to put on the brave political face, but I do believe that he has he's felt the loss to the nation, to the kingdom, to the empire, more keenly in recent years, I believe.
As the losses and tragedies pile up, it's hard not to feel that weight.
That is not even to mention the casualty reports out of the Eastern Front.
As I understand, the fighting there has been deadlocked for quite some time.
Yes, it has. Is I have heard reports. It is ah, terrible, truly awful. I I hope a peaceful resolution can be met. I'm glad that you, none of your friends, met untimely ends during this mission, especially Lorenz.
Quite a fond student of yours?
I see much potential in him, and admittedly, having watched him grow up as the role of a teacher to students, it helps. But
Well, he has certainly been invaluable to our efforts. It's definitely saved our lives no short number of times.
he's a good lad, and his father makes impeccable drinks. Can't sing for shit though.
Oh God, no!
Oh,
It's almost impressive, really.
it is. It genuinely is. How? How does one man sing that poorly?
It's like an untalent.
And yet it's just
It's so earnest. He's not trying to be bad on purpose. He just sings poorly.
I have to admire that he enjoys it so much, to the point that I can't help but want to share or inflict it on others.
I believe inflict would be the correct term there, yes. And it's a little while later, just
Yeah, Ma's gonna keep his best to try and keep conversation light after a little bit of that darker talk at the start. Just trying to keep his mind off of that stuff for a time.
levity, yeah. And it's a little while later before coming down the hallway, you see Larissa, Chorus, and Hilda coming in. Hilda and Chorus both just Leolin, and there's a nice big group hug there, as Larissa just in fact, and before unlocking the door and welcoming people inside, and Mahajapit, you see in with the three Drexen children is an imp who has a who just has a storybook that is as big as it. Oh, hey, boss and friends.
Ma just gonna turn back and forth between the imp and Korez for a second. Just
What?
I'd say it's not quite what I expected, but there is, well, we'll get to that conversation later.
Oh, yeah, yes. You are dismissed. Please feel free to return. All right, kids, behave. Mind your manners. Eat your vegetables, and don't do any crimes. So you're old enough to run away from the crimes.
It's like twice as responsible as Fef.
I was legit about to have Ma say, it's just like, I'm sorry, is that? I didn't realize that Clan Fefwalla accepted imps.
And the imp
We accepted y'all, didn't we?
and the imp gives a bow before effectively poofing into smoke. And the door to the home is closed, and Hilda and Leolin just kind of like wander off towards the kitchen to like prepare drinks, idly chatting, and Cora's just, I am going to assume you have questions.
A few, yes. The summoning that you performed before, that was no mere conjuration of a minion.
No, it was not. I believe, as many would put it, a demonologist. I know it wasn't intentional, but I'd like to imagine Pax, if Pax was here, would just be blowing his nose at that exact moment. Just a
I'm
dramatic
not gonna lie, I
reveal.
forgot I wasn't muted.
Dramatic reveal. Comedic undercut.
I must admit, I'm woefully unread in that manner of knowledge.
That is understandable. Most don't tend to take it up.
I assume for generally obvious reasons.
Generally obvious and generally good reason. I don't recommend it. I have something of an interesting history with it overall. My family, down my father's line, are demonologists through the eras. I happened to wander into his study one day when I was younger and happened to find one of his grimoires. Being a young, precocious, early teenager, if you can imagine it, I know, I took to it quite readily and performed my first summoning. Summoned an entity that is known only to me as the Old Man. Was impressed and how do I put this? I hesitate to say amused. Interested.
So then, after contacting or summoning this old man, what then? What came of it?
Well, he marked me as one that he was interested in. And from that, I was introduced to other demons. And I began to grow a rapport with them. Specifically, the ones that reject their own demonic nature. Those that every 1 in a million, 1 in 100,000, 1 in 100, 1 in 1 million, that not wish to continue as their kind has for millennia, for aeon. Those that simply wish to exist. If that makes sense?
I'm not entirely certain that it does for me.
Understandable. Was a bit of an odd concept for me as well. But there are demons out there that do not wish damnation and destruction upon mankind, upon the mortal plane, the physical plane. There are those that simply wish to continue to exist as they can, within or without society. I give them something of a helping hand. Well, I'm aware of the irony before you make the joke.
I couldn't have been further from my mind.
That's fair. I personally find it hilarious. So, I'm aware of what happened to me. I am to the point where I'm allowed to make jokes about it.
Though I suppose I must ask, uh, I presume that the loss of the hand was unrelated to
Unrelated
this whole
entirely.
matter?
Yes. My father my father had hired a swordplay instructor in order to train me in the martial arts as was befitting of the soon to be heir of the family, and
No.
yes, an unfortunate training accident. Wish that I could say that it was something more impressive, but no, it was just an unfortunate training accident when I was 13.
So you're just. They didn't start with any sort of wooden swords or anything. Not.
Oh no, we did. We did. It was I had advanced to metal swords and real swords at that. It, it was simply an accident.
Well, fair enough. So, about these demons that defy their nature, then.
Yes.
The one that you summoned is one of such, then?
Yes. And he kind of touches over his kind of in the collarbone breast area, and out of curling black smoke from the symbol that appears the succubus that you had seen earlier. Pink skin, black hair with curling not curling, but obsidian black horns that kind of come out of the forehead and then go straight up. Um and when you look in certain light, you can see that there are spiral patterns in the obsidian. Sort of like a Damascus pattern almost. To use a term that I
Okay.
know you will understand,
Right.
because
Yeah. Fair.
and she kind of, hello, I am Hacinda.
Cinda, pleasure to meet you. I am Maha.
A pleasure to meet you as well, Maha.
Well, this is rather interesting to take in. It's well, I suppose it's good to know of a matter of someone being in a situation like me through more deliberate means, I suppose.
Yes, she and I entered a contract, uh, as it were, and she has been a companion ever since.
I see. Well, that is a lot more formal and direct and decipherable than the connection I have.
You have a connection as well to a demon, or
No, as I said, I've scant little knowledge of anything in regards to demons.
Hacinda, by the
Uh,
way, at this point, like, just literally turns around and just, Leolin, and just runs into the kitchen.
just not much of a secret at all, is it then?
Not amongst family or close family friends.
Fair enough. But no. For me, I had spent some few years trying to learn more about not only our own world but the worlds beyond. Um, as you might know, my people are always trying to find new things and new places and experiences, and I figured what could be more impressive and unknowable than worlds beyond. And the astral in particular caught my attention to try and look into, and
Ah,
at one point reach out to contact. Things did not go as expected. The materials that I had researched and the ritual I attempted to perform, I were, to the best I had been able to decipher, meant to simply peer into the plane and potentially make contact to communicate. Something a bit more direct and permanent happened.
and thus
Um,
you have your own contract of a sort.
I suppose it could be called that, though I still struggle to make heads or tails of it at times of how and why. But just looking around a bit, just I don't necessarily want to cause a scene with bringing him out, but also, well, looking up's just though I suppose he could still fit in here, but gods, I know that if I your kids are already begging me for stories before. Gods know that they would
They
never
will
let
never
me
let you.
leave.
They will never leave you alone. I promise you. When they are old enough, they will find you. Maybe, I don't know.
Jesus.
God,
You're not here.
right, right.
No, but I
Ma-
am
yeah,
terrified.
right. Yeah. Ma just chuckling a bit and then just mentally just telepathically going to, hey, Glinthatuke, do you want a fan club?
I think I technically already had one many years ago before you were born, but that might have just been an army, not a fan club.
We just called them cults back then.
We called them indentured servants. Oh,
It's a hell of a name for a fan.
Surfs up.
that almost killed TJ.
Just and just heaving a sigh and just, well, I suppose considering the knowledge that you have of the matter, you're about the only person that I've ever come across that may even be able to tell me anything about what it is that the connection between us is. So, oh boy. Well, I suppose I may as well make the introduction. And gonna just drag the hand across the shoulder as the claw sigil forms,
Right.
and out from the green mist forming.
Glinthatuke. Just, huh. Interesting. Cora's immediately just fascinated.
From what I understand, this is. I hesitate to say his spirit or entirely his memory, but some reflection or echo of Glinthatuke,
An
one of the.
astral ghost, I believe, is technically what could be described as. Hacinda, would you come in here? And Hacinda kind of comes into the comes in with, by the way, shot glasses in hand, just hands one to Koa, hands one to Maha, takes one for herself, and just, yes.
Cheers.
And Koa just downs it.
And I just say, like, wish I could say that this is the weirdest thing to happen to me this year.
You're an adventurer, are you not?
It's in the life now. Yeah.
I would be surprised if this is the most interesting thing that happens to you this week.
There's a part of me that hopes that you're right and a part that hopes you're wrong. Call it my own nature.
That is fair, but I will say, we are going towards interesting times, it feels like.
For better or worse.
Hacinda, and Hacinda, by the way, looking at Glinthatuke and just, interesting. May I?
I suppose.
And she walks over to Glinthatook and just kind of starts poking him. From the Astral Sea, you said?
That's right.
Yes, I believe this is, as Horace said, this is a astral ghost brought from by your ritual from the Astral Sea and brought about through your connection, your life force, and connected, tethered, if you will, to the mortal plane, to the physical plane. What your ritual seems to have done is effectively snatched the memory of this dragon's ghost, astral ghost, and tethered it and made it more defined, more permanent in a way. Whereas when an astral ghost is not perceived, it is immutable. It can change and it can flow. It can become different things as per what the astral ghost wishes to do. But when it is observed, when it is tethered, it becomes more concrete. It cannot quite slip away as easily. It becomes static. Anchored. Static, yes. So through you, this ghost that otherwise may have faded away by now or may have simply moved on, and it's not even, I should say, it is not the spirit. There is no, and please forgive me, and there is no, technically, this is not the soul of the being that this dragon once was. If I had to wager, I would say that the soul has moved on into the afterlife. This is the pure magical essence of what this being once was. If that makes sense?
I suppose that does seem to have a bit of a ring of truth about it, from my own understanding. It's definitely. I had figured that the potential of it truly being him and his spirit and memories in totality was not the case when any memories that he did seem to have were very scattered or incomplete of the time when Glinthatook once lived.
And Hacienda nods and just, that is something that is not uncommon. Many memories from around that time get a little hazy, I've noticed.
Really now?
Yes. It is not just Glinthatook that seems to have trouble recollecting such time.
Do you speak of other astral ghosts from the sea, or
No, I'm referring to myself and others that have been around since. My mother, my older sisters, if you will.
so it's not simply a fading of memories within this afterlife or other plane, it's something else entirely affecting all planes, all levels of
It would seem.
What in the world could have that widespread and monumental an effect, though?
And Glint the Tube just worm magic.
That, well, I suppose if there would be any magical force capable of such a thing, the worms would be the ones to wield it.
It would be, yes. My creators were the ones who took the arcane energies of the planet and applied law to them, applied rule, and then passed that down to my kind. If anyone would be able to create a planet-wide, planes-wide effect on memory,
Then I suppose that begs the question of, I suppose we have a little bit of the how, but the why, then.
exactly. Hmm.
Well, I suppose this seems to be a bit of a recurring pattern for us, Glinthatook. I get a handful of answers and I'm left with a wheelbarrow full of new questions.
I would think you would be used to it by now, Mahajapit.
So would I.
That is the rules of D&D.
If God doesn't come back in 15 minutes, we're legally allowed to leave.
No, that one actually, I don't think that one was Discord. I think that one was actually me. I think
Oh.
I accidentally tabbed back to Discord, and I think I hit Control R on accident, which
Oh.
is the restart.
Oh
So,
God. Just well, you'd think I would be used to it, yet there's still the odd part of me that is almost glad that I'm not. After all, having new things to dig into and discover is a bit of an adventure in its own right.
indeed. And I'm sorry I could not provide more answers, but I'm glad to have at least elucidated. We could have elucidated some part of this.
Trust me, the answers you've given are more than I've found in decades.
Jacinda, meanwhile, just well, if that will be all, I am going to go get more drunk.
You enjoy that.
Jacinda, by the way, it is worth noting, contrary to what most might view when they think of a succubus, actually fairly like high collar dress, fairly long sleeved, but the loose flowing sleeves, kind of very much kind of nice looking dress, but not provocative. Very much seems to be made for comfort, not for what one would
Right.
expect.
Yeah.
Would you believe that the first time I summoned her, I, being younger,
You didn't.
I offered her cookies and milk. Or tea, depending.
Must not joke. Must not joke. Must not joke.
God.
She made mention. I treated her like a person. not a succubus. And that began what I genuinely do believe is a friendship.
It's literally this comic.
I mean, yes.
Holy shit.
Unintentionally, but yes. It is. You'd be amazed how far you can get with demons when you just treat them like people. At least, the rare demon that does not want to be the poster child for demon kind.
Well, you always hear that appearances can be deceiving.
Quite.
Well, I think it's safe to say that neither of us have lived very boring lives, if anything.
Very much so. Kind of clicks their hand. Every now and then I can still. It still feels like I can feel things. But would you like to stay for dinner? For lunch?
Certainly does feel like the day has been longer than that, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. My gods, when you're fighting for your life, it feels like so much more time passes than actually does.
Trust me, I know it. And kind of just tenderly tapping towards the spot on Glinthatuke's chest where he took a shot.
Like 20 minutes pass and you feel like it's only been 6 seconds. It's very odd.
Yeah, that's a load-bearing wall. I'm going to need you to get off of it.
Glinthatuke, by the way, is at this point being climbed on by the younger children. Glinthatuke just, I don't hate this, but I don't like it either. I will tolerate it because they are adorable.
Oh, it's me.
Well, I'd say that's a start. It's good not to immediately move to aggravate your fans.
They're children.
Well,
You're changing
they are
me.
now.
You're changing me.
No.
100 years ago.
Me.
1,000 years ago, I would have.
Hey, not in front of the kids.
I'm aware. Talk about this later.
Mom and Dad are going to have a discussion when the kids are gone.
Glinthatuke just settling down onto the ground like a fucking cat loaf and just.
Some food does sound lovely, though.
Yes. Give me a moment. I will go and help with that. I'll bring you another shot. And Chorus quickly heads off towards the kitchen. So, while that is happening, the rest of you.
I'll take one quick moment to hit the bathroom.
Sure. the rest of you, because Mahajapit is, I'm assuming, going to be spending quite a bit more time in the Drexen home. What are the rest of you going to be doing past what you initially kind of were talking about?
As anticlimactic as it is, I think honestly, Fef is of the mind that job's done, waiting to go.
Yeah, pretty much same. Just resting, honestly.
Hanging out with the lady and her kids, basically.
Fair. Thef, roll me a diplomacy check.
Oh no, that's like one of the whole 2 skills I'm not trained in.
Fuck yeah! Screw you, rogue.
Yay.
Wow. Okay. I forgot you weren't trained in. You didn't have any bonuses to charisma either.
Nah, I'm not. I'm a hobgoblin, remember?
Yes. They're definitely like the governess and her children are not big fans of like the whole vibe you're putting out.
Can we just get like the awkward slow zoom in on the art for my token?
Yes. Oh, the stream isn't seeing it, but I'm doing it, so it's just for me, I guess.
Right, it's listen, the feeling is conveyed.
Yes. Hold on, let me just. Boop. There we go. That's enough staring at that face.
If Fef starts to look too out of place, I will have him like come over and help me like put the import export documents in chronological order.
Okay. That's understandable.
Like if the children start to do anything like weep openly, then I will call Fef over to be my assistant in that matter.
No, they're not gonna weep openly, but they definitely are like, you look over and it's like that awkward silence when you're in an elevator with a complete stranger.
Oh.
Every time I smile, it makes it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, like about 3, maybe 4 smiles deep, I'm gonna ask for a second pair of hands.
Yep, sure will.
Lorenz, you catch a very thankful glance from the governess. Welcome back.
Hey, what I missed?
Just
Theft,
some
terrifying children.
Oh God.
This is what I do.
Theft trying to be very polite to the governess and her children and not really succeeding.
Oh no.
As I described it, that awkward feeling when you're in an elevator with complete strangers.
By the way,
Hold on.
diplomacy and religion are the only 2 skills I have no training in.
Hold on, I'm gonna make it worse.
That-
A complete stranger who is covered in blood.
That you know is
Oh,
your
yeah.
husband's, extended out to about like 30 minutes.
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. The blood, which was entirely in character, we'll say.
So
You
yeah.
spread your skills out way more than I did. I got a lot of untrained skills.
You are currently splattered in her ex-husband. And
Not in the fun way.
not in the fun way. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
For what it's
we
worth,
gotta clarify
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, before you even get to make a half-hearted apology towards the governess, I'm gonna take Fef's time.
That's fair.
As a mercy, Azalin is keeping her distance.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Aslan, you got patched up by Pax, and I've kind of been free to do whatever.
So sit by the fire and not freeze.
Yes. So, Zindros, you do. I'm assuming you said you were kind of like Fef, kind of job done, waiting to kind of like.
Yeah, resting. Pretty much spooky man tired.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm gonna be honest. I'll actually beckon Zendros over if he's amenable to helping. There's a lot of paperwork here to kind of go through and fine tooth comb.
Yeah, Zendros would help with that.
Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to get the hands and the brains of the party on this one, basically. Trying to figure out if there are any ports in specific that were being received and exported from and all that good shit.
Okay. You three give me base intelligence checks. But because you guys are helping each other, I'll give you each of you a circumstance bonus of +1. Basically, the equivalent of you guys pinging different viewpoints off of each other.
Okay, so that's a d20 plus 5.
I forgot you.
Sorry, I had a bit of a physical catastrophe a moment ago where I vomited a sec. What was the bonus?
Your intelligence modifier +1.
Thank you.
Yep. Also, oh no.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine now.
I'm fine now.
Hey!
Hey!
Wow, you
I'm
did
better than fine.
exactly as good as Lorenz.
Oh.
Oh, no need to make it like that.
No,
I think I rolled my circumstance shit wrong anyway, but it wouldn't have mattered because it was a bad roll anyway, so I'll still take it as it is.
no. To be fair, Theft technically because you got a nat 20, it is still a degree of success higher.
Yeah, so it rolled better still.
Yes. I just found it very funny personally.
So yeah, not that I ever roleplay it, but Fef has a +2 intelligence and a +1 wisdom.
That's really funny to me for reasons I cannot rightfully
it
explain.
just turns out that I'm really dumb, is
How
what
the
it
fuck
is.
do you and I have the same wisdom score? Anyway.
Hobgoblin wisdom, you see.
Yeah,
That's the same wisdom as I have on Maha, and more intelligence than Maha.
I was gonna say, you think my character would be decently smart, but no, he's only got +1 int and wisdom, so it's like,
Hold on, no. Wait. Is Fef like almost the smartest person in the fucking party?
I mean, I feel like Lorenz probably has that one solid for like top, but
it's pretty close. That's kind of cursed.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, Lorenz is easily the highest intelligence, but it's a race for second. I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
To be fair,
And
it have to be.
And it's even worse because I'm pretty sure Zendros has the highest or close to highest fucking charisma, and he's not good at talking.
Yeah, Zendros has the highest charisma out of the entire. No, second highest charisma out of the entire party.
That's like my cleric in fucking Dan's game. Super high charisma, cannot talk to living people.
Yep, the fucking irony.
Yeah, no.
The ghost you talk to just fine though.
No, Maha has the highest charisma by 1.
That makes all the sense in the world, though.
By 1.
Look, it still makes sense. Don't take this away from us.
I understand. But no, between the three of you, especially Thef, as you're kind of like seeing all these different puzzle pieces kind of come together, you feel a lot of things start to click into place in your head, and you're easily able to just like kind of able to gather things into a coherent timeline effectively. And you notice that the imports of what you gather from the paperwork are known as firearms. Is a recent development. You learned that they were offered to the Roshadran government to use in the war. The Roshadran government turned them down for the war front, viewing them as inferior to the arms that they already have on the war front.
That's concerning.
But took them to the reserves. Took them to distribute amongst the reserves. The guards and the the personnel that were arming the already conquered territory to police the already conquered territory and to use them there so that resources did not have to be pulled away, additional resources did not have to be pulled away from the war front.
Okay, so they could use smaller occupying forces and not lose out on efficacy,
Yes.
which is why there aren't as many Roshadrans here as would be necessary to hold a capital like Wormrest because they have fucking guns.
Yes. Exactly. You know that they primarily came for Wormrest anyways. They came from Riverrest, but there were also occasionally shipments from Cliffwatch as well.
So they did come upriver. These aren't
Right.
okay.
I'm with Fef on this one too. Also, the knowledge that Roshadran considers these weapons to be inferior to current armament is concerning. It was Zendros and I that interacted with the runic magic in their cannon line on the mountainside. It is powerful weaponry. Hmm. Typical of us. We find answers, and they just present more questions.
Give me crafting checks.
Everybody?
The three of you, yeah.
Oh.
And Zindros, you as well. Yeah.
Yep, just had to get to it.
Got you. Untrained improvisation, baby.
If you don't know what else to take, it's not a bad one.
Not at all. Lorenz, as you're kind of reading over this, and you bring up specifically the artillery emplacement of the Roshadrans that you encountered, and something kind of sticks out to you. The metal that was used in the artillery emplacement was a blackish copper.
That's the same kind of metal that was used in the fuck.
The sort of like little light fixture.
Yeah,
kind of
exactly.
In the red hands.
Because we took out the crystal, and the crystal itself wasn't. It was the magic was inert, and then we pushed it back into the tray, and that activated the light in the crystal. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that was the same coloration. Yes. Blackish bronze, I should say, not copper, but blackish bronze.
Okay, I remembered it as copper, so that was good for my brain. Yeah, you still have that, don't you, Maha? Which one was...
I think we put it in your bag because I remember you specifically saying you
That's
set
right,
something in between them so that it wouldn't keep glowing in your bag.
That's right. I had to stuff some of my clothing in between where I keep the stone and the metal. That's right. Thank you. I knew one of us had grabbed it.
Right.
So yeah, at that point, I'm gonna take out the dish specifically
Mhm.
and kind of compare it to the description of the metal and realize that it is the same thing, just based off of coloration at the very least.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look at Fef and Zendros. This. Something about this is what allows them to activate magic
It doesn't store a spell. It activates them. I'll pull out the stone, even because it's a cantrip. I'm going to read aura, and it'll show me like 10 objects around me right now,
Mhm.
but I'm focusing on the stone itself. Is the stone magical, not in the presence of the dish?
Not when it's not connected. You detect some magical energy in the stone, yes.
So there is magic within the stone. Then I'm actually, because read aura tells me, is the dish magical also?
Yes.
And does
Knowing
that also
that, could
allow
I
the?
throw out? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like with the read aura, doesn't it also tell you like the school of magic that the
Yes, it
effect would
does.
be?
That was going to be my next question.
Oh gosh, let me bring up my neat little table here.
Okay, so based on the answer to that, I would like to roll Arcana and or Occult to see if I can figure something out about it.
Okay, roll me an Arcana. And what are you trying to figure out?
Well, we know generally what action it is, and if we learn what school of magic it is, I feel like just kind of brush through the memory.
Okay.
Yeah, same. But again, that is dependent on the result of what schools of magic.
Right.
I believe that actually when we first found it, I know that I had used a read aura, or no, it was a detect magic that I had used when we went in,
Yeah,
and
because we
I
both sweat
got
both sides of it.
and yeah, it was because that tells me like the highest level effect
Mhm.
that it registered and what school, and I believe it was that it pinged off transmutation on the stone was the highest level effect that I could read.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so I know the stone is transmutation. I would also like a bead on the plate
Okay.
or bowl.
You gather that the bowl itself is evocation.
Evocation.
Boop. I don't know much.
Yeah, again, same. I'm gonna roll an arcane check as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, nones and
That's
Sorry,
so dumb.
I keep not fucking having my shit open. I
That's
gotta
fair.
prep.
If you would like, also don't forget you have. If you click on your own token, you can. There's the HUD menu up in the upper left that you can also.
Oh yeah, I gotta get used to that shit. I'm still a boomer in Foundry.
That's fair. It's a good shortcut.
There's so much shit in Foundry that it's so easy to forget.
Foundry is very user experience rich. It's very handy for many different things.
But also sometimes it can be a little
Yeah,
Yes.
lowercase to uppercase A's.
Okay, so you guys are basically kind of doing an Arcana check, just kind of like figure this shit out, basically.
Yeah, because evocation is the school of making shit happen,
Yes.
basically. So trying to, because every sigil we've seen of sigil type magics, like what was on Oro's tomb, the wreckage of the ship, and stuff like that, required input to activate from a caster. But if there is a spell effect within stone itself that is transmutation, trying to figure out, does it interact in the same way?
So, from your Arcana check, because Lawrence, you rolled highest, and you rolled high enough, I should say. More importantly, you, after really close examination, the bowl itself is not exactly the bowl is the catalyst. The bowl, you realize, has arcane energy inside of it. It is permeated with arcane energies that then activate the crystal that you have that has the transmutation effect of light.
Light. Okay, so the bowl is effectively potential energy waiting for something to channel itself through to turn into kinetic energy.
Yes.
It's a battery.
It's a battery.
It's a fucking battery.
It's literally a battery. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Like,
I've been
what the fuck
sitting
is
on
Rashad
this.
doing?
I've been sitting on this, by the way, since fucking like session 1 of the last campaign.
This is so fucked.
The metal itself is a fucking battery. Okay.
It
All
holds
right.
a magical charge. So there's no spell in effect on the dish itself. It's mostly just, again, this is assumption wild and broad, and you don't have to answer any of this because this isn't questions posed to you so much as theorems that Lorenz is posing to Fef and Zendros. But I don't want to use the accent right now because it would be ponderous to do so. The metal itself doesn't exactly store a spell. It is the school of evocation because evocation is energy that is happening, magical energy that is happening. It is creating or becoming something. Not creating, it is becoming something, it is actioning something. But it lays inert until there is another spell attached to it because then, like a battery, it transfers that energy into a doing device. It goes from a static energy source to a kinetic energy source. So this light bulb effectively, which has the magical equivalent of a filament and connecting rods on its inside, is touched to an energy source and produces light. Hence why oh man, I'm going deep. Hence why at the cannon line, when what we did was we kept pouring cantrips into it. We just kept hitting the system with magical energy. Zendros and I both did. We just cast after cast after cast after cast. I remember it actually took us a little bit to do because we were expressly using cantrips. But a little bit of meta knowledge without a energy bank, technological friends will understand. Without something to store excess energy in, the metal itself, which likely the ley lines and the cannons themselves are made out of in order to activate, would have received excess energy up to a point where they could physically no longer withstand the charge they were holding. And energy needs to go somewhere. So, in the case of cataclysmic failure or in excess of stored energy, it will want to go outwards, through and outwards, resulting in what is commonly known as a fucking explosion.
Jake just sitting there drinking.
Damn, I don't know anything about that. Wow.
Yeah, this is, again, not using the accent because I don't want to right now. That was too much of a brain blast to try to also do through the lens of a Fey Germanic accent. Just rambling this off to Zendros and Fef, minus the comparison to an energy bank because we don't know what the fuck that is yet.
Right.
Damn. That would be a lot if someone were to come up with all that and prepare that just on the off chance that someone might discover that in a campaign of some kind.
Remind me to tell you about the alien ship that is hidden on the world that I set every one of my games in.
Oh my god, I missed that world so much. Anyway, sorry.
And legitimately almost found it one time.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
I'm just sitting here, like, obviously Ma's not there, but I'm just wondering, like, did Veostrix overhear this whole fucking thesis?
Oh yeah, like
that
I
he just
didn't
poured out?
go very far.
Yeah, no,
I know,
Veostrix just... What?
The moment
You fucking what, mate?
Oh, kind of sits up from the couch he was laying on. Drool spot on one of the very nice throw pillows. Just... I see why you're one of my wife's favorite students. Ugh.
I could not have done it without these two. Rest assured,
Oh.
this was a bit much to swallow for one brain alone.
Ugh. Mm.
I want to do an experiment.
Okay. As Veostrix kind of gets up, stretches out, you hear some rankly ass pops.
Oh. I'm gonna put the stone in the bowl, and it glows fairly brightly.
Yes.
Yes,
As bright as a torch.
While the stone is sitting in the bowl, like we did for the sigils and stuff like that, I want to try to cast produce flame into the metal, if that makes sense.
The metal. Okay.
Sort of like how we did, like I said, with Oros 2 more in specific, I guess.
He wants
Because
to push
this is
unformed magic into it.
yeah, this is the same spell. This is a arcane formula that I'm very familiar with. I'm trying to push the energy that would create a produce flame spell into the metal.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if I can get it to respond by shining brighter.
Okay. Because it's a cantrip and there is no target to hit that is moving, no roll is required. As you do this, and you guys watch as the energy that is the what would be the produce cantrip, the produce flame spell cantrip, flows into the blackish bronze metal. The gem begins to glow brighter.
It responds to input. It responds to input.
We should show these to the rune giants.
Yes.
This is... And Veostrix kind of walks over and just kind of... Makes sense. It is the same metal that the dragon shot cannons are made of.
This is the same material.
Yes.
Where is this found?
In the Spine and the Tail Mountains.
Meaning that both sides of said mountain would have equal access to it,
Well,
theoretically.
we did until the Roshars was pushed past. It is why building airships have been so hard for the Duvarians.
For 35 years.
Yes.
For 35 years, the Roshadran people have had relatively unrestricted access to the metal that made us equal technologically. They built cannons to shoot our airships out of the air using this metal that put our airships in the air in the first place. They could be years ahead of us, 35 or more, depending on development. Theft, you have the flammable liquid, yes?
One moment, getting a question answered.
You're good. Take your time. I ain't got shit to do tomorrow.
So
We know
that's-
Dan does though, so.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, that's true.
I'm being a penis.
So that's assumedly why they pushed us out then. Had to verify, but yeah, that's that was the old clan home.
So those mountains?
Yep. And I do have the liquid. I'm gonna pull the liquid out, obviously.
Yes. If you guys have the map of the continent up, the eastern mountain range that divides the Devarian Empire and the Roshadran Empire is known as the Spine Mountains, and the mountain range that divides the Devarian Empire and Kalint is known as the Tail Mountains.
That is where they drove you from. Possibly outside of Duver, one of the singular military forces that could have opposed. They're doing something with it, and they're looking straight at Valstrix at this point. They're doing something with this.
Of that, I have no doubt.
Something big, major. It's not just for light fixtures. This could be the amount of uses this could contain. And then Lorenz fucking like has a moment. He literally leans back, looks at Valstrix. So firearms.
They could be used instead through the black powder. They could use magic.
I already use spells through my sword. It is a not exactly difficult school of magic to maintain. Understanding the applications of magic, these could be used in firearms. As a common man could use a scroll to cast a spell and then have it placed into the barrel of his weapon.
Oh
This
my
could-
god, Jangles invaded our fucking game.
Not wrong. This could result in something devastating.
Yes, I will advise the Crown Prince on this. Should we be accepted for peace talks? This changes things.
This also puts Clint in a very interesting position. This is one of the most major seaports in the entire world. One of the few places that would have deals with the Free Sale Republic readily, if needs be.
You're not wrong.
This is all happening in the same room, right?
Yes,
Basically.
this is in one of the rooms of the fourth level of the Crown. One of the
Okay.
yeah.
I'm still there then, because w- the firearm stuff is neat, but I got a question from the uninformed.
Hmm?
Can you pull magic out of it into yourself?
That is the thing. It's if there are ways to move magic between objects. You've seen me do it before. It is how I work with runes. To pull magic into the self, it is not as if, within my understanding of academics, you and I are magic in so much as a soul is magical. The life of a living thing is magical. This is different. It is a force of nature. It's like gravity or the wind force of a storm.
Or a worm.
Exactly.
It kind of flicks the metal.
Would they know? Of course they would know.
Yeah.
That could well be what woke them up. It would reason that they would be upset that the things they left would be abused like this, right?
Or perhaps it caused some sort of resonance, reaching deep into the earth as they must to receive such a material.
Wait, hold on. Something like a little bit meta, but remember when we were talking with Hilda and getting the history of the rune giants and the dragons, that we were told that with the the worm that they sealed away was essentially that prison of sorts was held by, I believe it was 5 rune stones that effectively kept the seal on that jail.
5 runes that were spread around the continent. Yes.
Right.
Not exactly stones, but just runes in general that were.
Right.
Jeez.
Right.
Yeah. So, but no, good point, because we were all there for that.
Yep.
Also, I'm trying to remember. You said all of this metal is in the mountains, or the highest concentration of it?
As far as Veostrix told us, and as far as we know, like as of this minute right now, the highest, it is the main slash primary place that this metal is being extracted from.
Okay. So, following up on that, this is not being done in Pax's voice because he would not articulate it appropriately. Weren't we told that one of the worms was sleeping under the mountain? Or in the mountain, basically?
I don't know if we were told if it was a worm. I believe we were told there was a dragon sleeping in the
Yes.
mountain.
We were told that. No, yeah,
I'm not sure. I thought we were told it was a worm.
Right.
That's why I'm
No,
asking.
I, because you're talking about when we were with the werewolf people, yeah. That was we were told that there was a green dragon.
Yeah,
Of
Crack
some
Karoom, a green dragon.
Crack the room. The green dragon was resting
Deep in the forest,
not forest.
Something, I don't know if it was a dragon or a worm, something was sleeping in the mountain. We got told that by
I feel like
or a
yeah.
rodent, I think.
That was also when we were being told about the runes, though. The rune seal, was it not?
Hold on. I'm trying to remember. What was it?
It was. We were told it was okay. Whatever was sleeping in the mountain, I don't remember who told us because it's not in my notes. We were told it was black scales, I believe.
That was to help alleviate this. That was Father Feth who mentioned
Okay.
that.
Okay. Right. Okay. So yeah, looking back in the notes I took from what Hilda told us, of the worms that were confronted by the rune giants, they imprisoned a red one. The one that makes up Worm Rest was blue, and one of the others that they had slain was black, for the worms that were supposedly felled by the rune giants.
Okay, so I'm just trying to confirm. It's my brain is wanting to make the association that it's literally the magic seeping out of a worm in the mountains that's creating this metal. That's why it has similar properties.
Alternatively, though, the thing is this could be the metal that was used to seal them away.
Could be. It's
There's a lot to infer about this.
right. I see that grin, Jay.
Poker face.
The one you don't have.
Yeah. Would you believe I win more hands out of that than I lose in poker?
No,
You'd be surprised.
probably, but no.
Yeah, I'm just gonna air that question out to Veostrix. Actually, just
Did this? I know that your memory of times past is maybe not so great. Did this metal occur within the times of worms and dragons? Did rune giants wield this against your kind?
No. No. Jose did not.
Sure.
Wait, what were you going to do with the liquid?
I was just going to show it to him at this point. This is an invention of Roshadran make. It is highly flammable. But within the black powder, they also have something highly flammable. The black powder is key to the use of their firearms. This I understand now, but this we have never seen before.
Nor have I. This.
It smells like hell.
Yes. Ah. No, I have never seen anything like this. Flammable, though, you say?
Incredibly.
Mm.
Even the smallest.
Hilariously.
Yes.
Coming from a member of Clan Fifthwalla, I will take that very seriously.
Yeah, it would almost be flammable on accident.
Noted, keeping this away from you. No offense. You do, after all, conjure flames from your hands. Occasionally.
You should throw it at somebody and then throw flames at the bottle.
I appreciate
Almost
almost
like
like
a
sentiments.
Duvarian cocktail.
Come from
Shut.
a place where that is very real. My
A
A
Roseway
rose-
cocktail.
my parentage would be very upset if I was to call such thing a roseway cocktails. They have a business to run. Please don't.
No, that's fair. Your parents, by the way, serve wonderful drinks.
This is. Thank you. I will let them know that you appreciate it. That's who you are, so that's.
Leolin and I have gone to drink there and have dinner there more than once in your absence.
That gives me heart to know they are doing well then.
Yes, quite well.
More's the thing though, this is troubling. We have pitch. This is not a foreign substance.
No,
It's
pitch is very well known.
tar boiled down. They have this powder which is flammable, perhaps not in a lasting way, but what need would a society with so much combustible substances around need of a fluid that is primarily combustible?
Okay, follow me. What if you wanted to move fire?
Elaborate a little further, please.
We've been considering burning it as a whole, right?
Yeah.
If it were spread out, say in channels or something, it could very easily be used as a sort of fuse mechanism.
I see your point.
Or they could set it on fire and pour it off the side of an airship.
But that's what pitch is for. It sticks to people and burns. It's very, very awful.
Oh, I know, but what if they did both?
I had not considered that.
It is worth noting before you go off on a tangent that admittedly is very horrifying, not to lessen your wild imaginations of war crimes.
Fantasy The Hague.
Fantasy the Hague. Holy actual fuck.
Considering
The band sequel to Magic: The Gathering.
Werewolf the
God
Apocalypse. Fantasy the Hague. The new White Wolf game. Fantasy the Hague.
I hate this.
I hate all of you.
Understandable.
Equally, by the way.
Oh god.
It's shared. That's important.
It is worth noting that the Roshadrans do not know how to make an airship.
No, but they could shoot one down and potentially repair it.
We're
We're gonna
gonna
hope nobody is within earshot that's an informant, because I'm just giving them ideas now.
Shit.
No, good point. So, in the last 35 years, they have not made an airship to come against our own airships.
That we know of. They've had 35 years with this material, remember?
They would have probably come against us. They would have probably sent it by this point. Is what I'm saying.
Where's the thing? They're using it for things like lights.
Yes.
It's something like this. If it was to be used in a war
Well,
effort, would
lights and high-powered artillery.
yes, but that's the thing. Something like this, if you were to want to keep every scrap and resource, is something that you would use expressly for stuff like cannoneering, making into firearms. It's a fucking light.
Sorry, I just got goddamn Oliver.
Oh no.
Oh boy!
Apparently, Oliver's very bad at keeping a secret.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get to this after.
Yeah. Plot revelations. Keep going.
They if every scrap of this was being used for the war effort, they wouldn't be using it for something so frivolous as lighting a goddamn office.
Look, I hate to continue being contrarian, but also, if they've had 35 years with this, it may have trivialized it to that point.
Also true, that was something I was thinking of. Perhaps they have more of this than we could comprehend. Perhaps they have weapons already in development and on the move. This is a war that has lasted for 25 years. This is not something that can be
35.
35. This is not something that can be solved in battle over incremental battle. They will need a decisive victory to decide the fate of this war. As will we, but that is not the point right now.
I believe the Crown Prince hopes that this, what you have achieved here, will be the decisive point of victory.
Let's hope we didn't just make them desperate.
There's much to be said about a cornered rat.
Cornered any animal. We have been fighting them long enough. I believe they have earned the respect to be compared to more than just a rat.
To be compared to a rat is no great dishonor.
My apologies. My apologies.
None needed. All the same, this is much to consider very suddenly.
Yes. You've done very well here. Yes, Cameron, who is not Pax, who is not here. No, he would
Yes,
be
he
here.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
No,
Pax.
I'm in the room. That's why I'm just sitting on the floor.
Oh, fair enough.
Fascist back.
So the Rashadran have difficulty fighting us on land because mountains and forest, right?
The Rashadran have used the mountains to their advantage. That's where they built their cannon line.
As general warfare, not like defensive.
Oh, so that is the Teeth Wall. We don't even hold that territory.
Right. We don't know that they have airships. They could.
Yeah.
What if it's something underwater?
They do
We
control
wouldn't see them coming.
They do control a great deal of coastal territory.
They have magical metal and what we think might be fuel that may not have the issue of black powder underwater.
That's true. Actually, question: when we burned the gasoline, because we did, I'm just gonna call it gasoline because
I believe Theth had it marked as gasolina in his inventory for a
Yes.
while.
Yes, absolutely accurate. Because we did burn the gasolina, did it smoke like the black powder does, or like their Rashadran firearms do when they fire?
No,
Okay, then yeah, just I'm not Zendros. Lorenz is going to gesture towards Pax. He actually has the points as fuel. It does not create the smoke that a wood fire or the black powder fire does. It is not exactly inhalable, but ventilation systems and otherwise. I don't know. I don't know. There's so much to consider.
what I would not give to sit down with the Rashadran scientists, arcanists.
Science canists.
Well, this is not just magic. This
And again, shaking the clear vial, not knowing that it might explode in his hand. Shaking the clear vial.
this is not magical. This is chemical. This is natural sciences in combination with something that is capable of magic in stored energy. The possibilities are limited only to the skill of the engineer.
This is much to think on. Much to think on. I will follow this line of inquiry with my wife and our contacts while you are away on your the remaining part of your voyage.
If possible, could we have a few of those barrels of liquid dropped off at Wallabama? Give it to the big brains.
I do not know what that is.
That is a city within the forest.
I'm sorry?
We can show you where it is on the map.
Actually, pull out the map. That I think Fef is the one that carries the maps.
Yeah, I think just in the bag of holding.
Because I bought the maps. I very expressly went out and bought the maps.
Let me get backpack and pull out map.
So, yeah, the map of the Duver continent, as it were, showing them kind of in the forest where
Yes, which by the way, the continent is known as Capentar.
Capentar. My apologies. We've mentioned that name a few times, and I just forgot about it.
No, it's fair. It doesn't get mentioned very often because it
Yes.
is colloquially known as the continent.
Yes. So Capentar, pulling out the map of Capentar to show them whereabouts in the Tiefwald.
There is a slight diplomatic problem.
I wouldn't call it a problem.
Not with Wallabama. Your neighbors.
Mind the werewolves.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, they're not bad.
No, they're not bad, but they don't know they exist.
Well, I think now they do.
Yes, they do very much now know that they exist thanks to the fact that you two just said those words out loud.
I didn't.
There's also the whole war thing.
That also there's a lot. It is a diplomatically complex situation.
Technically, would that not make not related to? Would that not make Wallabama then technically a vassal of?
That is something you will have to settle politically. I'm not educated in those matters, and frankly, you can deal with Father Fef all you so please.
What?
Though
Yes.
I am an acting representative of Father Fef as it stands.
That is true. That is an accurate fact. Yes. Welcome to dealing with Clan Fefwalla. It's a fucking nightmare.
What is a Father Fef?
Yes, Father Fef is legit, like in character. Father Fef is.
He's not wrong.
You ever have a conversation with a smug person who thinks they know more than you, and then
No.
you find out they do?
Yeah, and then you find
Also,
out.
no.
Oh, well,
Well,
that's what
you're
that's
about
like.
to.
Yeah, it's a time. He knew our names
I know your names.
before he ever met us.
Concerning.
Without Duverian infrastructure.
Mildly concerning.
I think you might also know the future.
I think he also spoke to us in our heads.
No, I think he is the future.
I don't like that.
It's a nightmare. Welcome, yeah. Maybe the transportation of fluids to Bolabama can be established at a later date, post-war. For now, these things should be safely secured and studied.
I could not agree more as I put this existential crisis that is that conversation behind me.
Your wife showed me a different planet. Life is an existential crisis.
Oh, she did that to you too.
Yes. Anyway.
Oh, come here. Come here.
Uh,
And he pulls Lorenz into a hug and just pats his head, just very gently.
it's very awkward and stiff-armed.
It's very awkward and stiff for him as well.
But
I am sorry you had to learn that things are much smaller. Respect from my wife.
I'm going to deal with problems one existential level at a time.
Try pitting them against each other in your head.
That is what I am trying to do. But we will get there in
Well,
meta level. We'll get there at the end of the game.
This has
Think
been very
Leland
fun
could
and
put
very.
Father Steph on another planet.
The Father Theft on the other planet just has like 7 arms and like 3 peni.
No.
3 Venesia.
I hate all of this.
She showed me Dark Sun, the setting. This is
No.
Oh god.
Cannibal halflings, no.
Dark Sun is my second favorite fucking Dungeons and Dragons setting, bar none. The first being fairly obvious.
Lancer.
Anyway, yeah, just at this point, it's largely incoherent rattling from Lorenz. Although every time he happens on what he thinks is a new theory, which all of them are bullshit past this point, because he's tired, but also on the cusp of a fucking technological, existential, academic breakthrough. Fef, Pax, and Zendros get dragged into it in one form or another. It's not that he's talking to them, though, so much as he talks at them and then proves himself wrong and then recedes back into silence for a while. And then grabs the next person and does it again.
Understandable. Aslan, is there anything
Oh,
you're
so-
doing during all this?
So just any college student working on a thesis.
Yeah. I'm working on my final paper right now.
Yeah, Lorenz is doing the fucking is becoming a theoretical physics major. Working on his
Theoretically,
thesis.
he knows physics.
But Aslan, is there anything you're doing during all this?
There's nothing for her to do.
Aslan is napping. Got it.
She doesn't have to nap.
She don't have to. Don't mean she don't wanna.
That is
Aslan
true.
is being.
Aslan is.
Aslan also is.
I think also Aslan is still in the same room as this nonsense going on. So Moore's thinking she's probably having to tolerate this nonsense.
Aslan, much like Craig, is just trying to be.
Just trying to be.
But no, okay, so if that's everything, for the time being, we'll take our usual 10-minute break here. and we will come back in a little bit at about 9:10. And we'll roughly give or take a few minutes for everyone to do their thing. And yeah, we'll be back and we'll continue on with assuming that nobody has anything left to do for the day. We will assume that everyone kind of gathers either at the next best thing, the Drexen household, wherever you guys want to meet up at, and we will continue from there. And begin with the next day. So, until then, see you guys soon, and we'll be back.
Okay, I'm gonna go not piss my pants.
Important.
Hall of the Mountain King was not a song I was expecting on our playlist. Oh, he usually doesn't, Pi. He leaves it up in case we want to try to entertain you guys, but we always get up and go do stuff.
All right. I just wanted to finish up eating. And we'll have a quick peanut butter banana sandwich to munch on.
I
Give me
fucking
that.
knew it. Motherfucker.
What?
So I've been playing the Convergence mod for Dark Souls 3, and I was getting decidedly upset by some of the changes made to bosses, except I didn't have confirmation that they were changed. And I
I
thought it was
saw you mentioning a little bit of stuff about the Abyss Watchers in particular on Twitter before.
Yeah. So I'm looking at a mod that mods the mod. And one of the things listed under moveset changes is reverted Abyss Watchers, Nameless King, Gundyr, Stray Demon, Dancer, Medeir's movesets to vanilla speed, which means I was correct. The
They
mod
reversed the
literally
mod.
sped up all of their fucking animations.
God, for some of those, that's fucking
Wow.
ridiculous. Like,
It sped up the phase 2 fire version of all of the dashes and stabs. So they were coming out instantly with no wind up, basically.
fuck all that.
Yeah, there's a point where it goes from being hard to just actually being bullshit.
Yeah, that's not great.
Hello. What are we talking about?
Hello.
The convergence mod for Dark Souls 3 that Cam's been
Oh.
playing.
Yeah.
I went looking for a mod for the mod, and it turns out my complaints about the bosses having drastically sped up animations was absolutely correct. All of the Abyss Watcher attacks were coming out basically either 1.5 or double speed, meaning all of their dashes had literally no wind up animation.
Yeah, like I already hated Dark Souls 3. I would probably never play it with that mod.
Damn, that is a take.
Oh God, wait, what mod?
The convergence mod for Dark Souls 3.
It is very interesting, but it made changes I did not like, and it turns out I was correct about what they were. And now I'm debating with myself about putting this in to get rid of them,
Fair.
or completing it as is just so I can say, fuck you, I still did it.
That's fair. I know fuck all about Dark Souls 3 outside of the lore, so this is unknown territory to me. But if it's bullshit and coming from former players that it's bullshit, I want no part of it.
Yeah, like it's
And
for
no, I agree with
example, one of the bosses with the Abyss Watcher is a fairly early mandatory boss.
Hey, resub.
Hey,
Yeah, fairly early mandatory boss. Not terribly difficult. Like if you don't take care of some of the extra spawns, it can be a little bit overwhelming, but usually it's not too bad. But yeah, no, especially with phase 2, speeding up all of their attack animations significantly.
no, there's like 4 of them, is there not?
in the second phase there's only one, but
That's
all
not
of his
better.
attacks have trails of fire.
I was about fuck no, especially because that's the Abyss Watchers, the ones with the knife drag and launch fucking
Mhm.
attacks.
Yeah, almost no wind up. I'm
Uh,
basically ugh.
Thank you, Pi, for the resub. Do appreciate it.
Yeah, hell yeah, pie.
Everyone else ready to go? Warden, are you back?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh.
And I've heard from everyone else, so
Yes. I will contain my bitching.
that'll be for after the game. So we pick up have Lorenz being sent down a spiral of arcane theorem and theories. Oh, what up, Obi? How you doing? No, I don't. When I'm gone, I don't stream. I don't mute the stream. I mute my microphone, and that's it. These chuckle fucks can say whatever the fuck they want. I just don't mute myself because I don't want to leave the stream
No.
in pure silence for 10 minutes.
Don't you tell me I can say whatever I want. Don't give me that power.
Understandable.
Don't.
I will.
Don't-
I will mute Dave specifically.
Hey. No,
But
thankfully I'm on push to talk. Sorry.
that's fair. So,
Ounce of prevention, etc., etc.
where will you guys be converging to kind of spend the night when you get around to that point?
The greater portion of our belongings were left at House Drexen.
I believe that is where we kind of had
Yes.
like converged before we before the whole raid, as it were. So yeah, I think
Technically, I think you guys left the greater parts of your belongings actually at the next best thing because you
But yeah,
went
and then
out.
we did that, and then we because there was the whole
There was
there
the
was
raid, and then you
and
didn't leave from the raid.
well, no, and Kora's was like, I'm gonna need some hours to close up shop.
right.
The
Yeah.
last
Yeah,
day.
we had gathered our things up
Oh, that's
from
right.
Yeah.
from the slums
That's
to
right.
take up to the Drexen house.
Yes.
So yeah, I believe most of our stuff is probably still there, at least what we didn't take directly with us to the battle, though I think technically all of us can still literally carry everything because, haha, tabletop RPG inventories.
Yes.
Bag of holding.
Especially when you have a bag of holding grade 2.
Yeah, it's only like half full, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like reconvening at the Drexen House probably makes sense.
Okay.
'Cause I know that you said that I had been waiting there with Leolin for a few hours before they had come back, and then
Yes.
opted to stay there for lunch. So Ma is probably still going to be sticking there for a bit, knowing that the kids won't stop pestering him and Glinthatook. I guess during the day, though, something I do want to do is be able to a couple of times refocus and then lifelink surge just to replenish my health back to full.
Okay. And admittedly, we're about to... Yeah, okay, that's fair. So, after you guys in the crown kind of finish up with your stuff, and the crown prince attempting to kind of make some space for him, as the day begins to wane on, you guys know before you leave, the crown prince does give the proper master bedroom to the governess, under guard, but still giving her the run of effectively her own house, and kind of taking one of the former lieutenant's chambers for himself. Before dismissing everyone, kind of the crew members of the dreadnought are very much taking over personal guard duties. Not to mention Veostrix as well. And you guys head back down to House Drexen. Aslan, you last session showed some definite distrust. Are you also going with them with the party, or would you like to go somewhere else?
So where are they going again?
To the Drexen house, Cora's and Hilda's house.
Well, no reason not to go.
Okay. Okay. God damn it, Pax. So you guys head down to the Drexen household, where you find you knock on the door, and Theresa answers. Kind of. Oh, it's you. Hey. And she kind of leaves the door open, and she just walks away. Hey, Maha, whatever. Your friends are here.
Oh, good to see you're all there.
That's
Everything all taken care of?
Glinthatook just. That is actually surprisingly the most respectful time, most respectful way I've ever heard someone give up on your name.
That's
I mean,
impressive.
I mean, I at least give people credit for trying. Guys know this book is filled with all of those.
Yes, it's very funny.
We're gonna have to buy Mahajop at a second endless grimoire just for the fucking amount of times people fuck his name up.
Marjorie.
I won't lie. There was a part of me when we came across that that shop that had the endless grimoire. Part of me wanted to joke, it's just like, oh god, I won't have to actually keep buying more books for the names.
Brilliant.
No, but as you guys walk in, a very large dinner has been prepared. Veostrix, by the way, while he eventually, a few hours later, does follow you guys down, just kind of like walking in and just, hello. I know my wife is here, don't worry about it.
Your wife is here?
Leolin coming out, Leolin at the dinner table. Hello.
Oh, Archmages.
And Veostrix just, yes, I'm a dragon, I cheat. When it comes to magical rules.
No, she's okay. Can Glenda do that? Mahajop it?
Do what exactly?
Just know where people are.
I don't.
Oh, go to the Duke. No. Valstrix. No, I don't inherently know where she is. I cast sending and asked her where she was.
See, all the talk about the stuff before just has us all paranoid, is what it is.
Yeah.
Hold on. What did you tell them?
Lauren snaps on Mahajapit with eyes wide as dinner plates.
Just, what did you tell them?
There is much to explain. You and I will need to have a good sit down after food. Maybe during food. After food.
Hacinda just, I will put the kids to bed and then you may have your talk.
Thank you.
Of course.
Huh. And then getting a good look at Ascendant too, just
There's some explanation to be done there as well that I feel Chorus can fill in.
Everybody's got a story. This won't be a boring conversation.
When do we have those?
Session
Don't
7.
answer that.
Cliff the Duke gets cut right the fuck off, basically.
No, Father Theft gets cut off.
Oh no.
His name was spoken, he knows.
He always knows. He doesn't need his name to be spoken. Anyway. It's like Laura. Those eyes. Yeah.
That's a name for Dave.
There's a reason I don't really run games anymore.
It's TJ. TJ is the reason.
TJ is my me.
It's true.
Oh no. Anyways,
that's another story for after the game. Anyway.
So yes, dinner is served. Some very nicely cooked, some roast beef, effectively. Other fixins, eggs. It's a very much it's a
you did the one time you didn't think out the feast.
Yeah. No. It's a post-occupation, post-revolution fucking dinner. You're lucky it's not soup with ash in it.
I'm pretty sure that's what we were having down in the slums.
It was.
I still maintain that Soupy Ashes is a strong blues name.
Yeah, I'll back that.
That's not wrong. If I heard someone the blues act musical stylings of ashy soup or soupy ashes, depending. Like, yeah, no, I'd go see that act.
Is that more goblin music from Goblin Radio?
100%. Skrinky skronky scraw.
Listen, y'all, I'm working on actually using my voice properly, and when I can, I will be a fucking menace.
I look forward to it. I unironically look forward to it. But no. It was a very nice, for what is available, home cooked meal. Admittedly, extra chairs are kind of brought out because there's quite a few. Leolin, Veostrix, Hacinda, you guys, everyone kind of eventually getting a seat. It is, admittedly, it gets to the point where you guys are kind of like
crowding.
I'll stand if it'll help alleviate the pressure.
Hilda just, no, you will not.
Never mind, I shan't stand.
It reminds me of home.
No one will stand to eat in my household.
Would it help if I said that it helps my thinking process?
Well, I understand that. Afterward.
Fair enough.
You do not need to think while you are eating.
You should meet my mother.
Hacinda, meanwhile, just, ooh, I should. As she starts passing out shots.
You should not meet my mother.
No, that just intrigues me more. I'm reformed, not. And then she just looks at the children at the table. After.
Jesus Christ, there's so much about to happen after dinner. Um,
I'm hoping.
Ain't no room for no Jesus here.
Of
Jesus
course not.
doesn't
We're all
like-
shoulder to shoulder.
Oh, the school dances would be pissed.
But no, you all have a wonderful homemade dinner. Hacinda sees the kids off to bed, and after about 20 minutes comes back out, closing the door behind her, and just they're asleep. And then you watch her as she draws a rune in the air. And now their room is soundproof. They cannot hear any discussion that is happening. Now, go on.
I'm gonna look at Mahajop at first because he's been here longest.
It, I feel like Cora's is more more able to explain the matter, but
Cora is giving a very succinct rundown that has already been given.
I have questions for you after all of this. Yes, it's going to be a night. Welcome to Post Revolution.
Maharipnal.
No.
Whoa!
That's
No.
Riona in chat. Riona in chat came up with that one.
Yeah, Riona's been nonsense all night.
She's nonsense all the time.
That's why we love her.
Literally, the first actions we took in Baldur's Gate 3 was she killed me.
I think I like Riona.
She alright, people. But so yeah, at that point, I will also then a very succinct explanation of and pulling them out for demonstration value, how the metal works, and the metal itself having been a major export import from the Free Sale Republic, as well as firearms and stuff like that, and how the metal works, more importantly. And
for my sake, I don't particularly remember as a player hearing about this Free Sale Republic before, but is this something that Maha would have knowledge of?
The Free Sale Republic, and this is fairly common knowledge, is the loosely affiliated coalition republic of pirates that operate off the coast of the continent.
If I was to draw a similarity, feel free to shoot this down, of course. It's sort of like what Tortuga was to the Golden Age of Sail.
Effectively. Just Tortuga, but as a loose... Stretch Tortuga out to a loose coalition of islands that are off the coast.
Okay.
Because Tortuga was a city.
Yes, Tortuga was a city located on a single island.
Imagine a nation of Tortuga.
Okay. A place where pirates can hide.
Yes.
Generally privateers.
Yeah, privateers. Yes.
Okay.
This is for the Free Sale Republic has also seen a resurgence and uptick of activity on the continent, especially in Duvarian lands, since the beginning of the war, because the air fleet was absolutely destroyed during the initial battles of the war. So because there was less airships to police the Duvarian airspace, the Free Sale Republic was able to move into the skies. And it was, you summarize, likely, a Free Sale Republic ship that shot you guys down back in Session 1 and started this whole thing.
That is true. Those would have been freebooter ass pirates, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
I hope the Minotaur has 0 family.
It's a nation of pirates. Odds are good.
Yeah.
Look, the family, maybe. Legitimate, probably not.
Fair.
Big fucking yikes. Doo 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 doo.
Hold on. Hmm. So, L plus ratio. Do 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 do. No,
Busted Nasp.
Veostrix will go over also as well. Lorenz, it kind of corroborate what Lorenz discovered back in, and kind of like, and so then we theorize.
Right. The possibilities of what they may be doing with said metal.
Right.
And what it could, where it could possibly be coming from, because it's not a pre-worm technology as far as we're aware. This is not the metal that the rune giants use to lay the worms low. Veostrix said it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a discovery that happened post-worm. Lending credence to one of Pax's ideas that it might be the effect of worms just sort of magically suffusing the land, being effectively the creation gods of magic. It is very likely that they would just implant.
Certainly a possible explanation. If they've had unfettered access to this metal for all this time, and as you say, they've incorporated it in so many things, ranging from simple light fixtures to the advanced artillery weaponry that we've seen within the mountains.
Leolin, meanwhile, not to interrupt, just, may I see it?
Of course. I pull it out of the bag.
Takes it and legit just starts just, mm-hmm. Look at the crystal and the metal, just, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pulls out spectacles and
just thorough research.
Oh
and
yeah.
inspection. Yeah.
No, she just checks out of the conversation immediately. Just like,
If it is true that they're using this to such a ubiquitous level at this point, then the potential for them having amassed something to hold in waiting is a potential thing to consider.
That was something both Fex and Path. Wow. Fef and Pax.
I feel like Maha needs to pull his book out to write those in as honorable mentions.
Just like parenthetical.
Right.
Oh no, that's fair.
I'd like to imagine that oh no is in character as Lorenz.
Yeah, Fex and Path, and then he just stares at the fact that he's still kind of like fucked up.
Yet none of us have bathed.
Yeah, just kind of looks up. Anyway, Fif and Pex both theorized that this say.
Hilda, by the way, looking over at Fef, if you would like, you may use our bathroom or our bathroom bathe.
Yes, please.
It's a huge fucking tub.
Yeah, do you remember how it was described last session?
I believe so.
Okay, good.
But if you want to do it again,
it's big enough to hold 6 people.
Feel free to indulge yourself.
No, I appreciate it, but yeah, it's big enough to hold like 6 people. It's kind of secured firmly to the floor, like.
Yeah, because I remember that's a whole side tangent I won't go into to save time, but no, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will. Yes, please. Yes, I am a hobgoblin stank and covered in blood and gore.
Yeah, Hilda absolutely just kind of getting up and just leading Fef to the bathroom.
Yeah. I'll hand Fef a bar of soap if you do not have one already.
I actually think that's one of the few things I don't just randomly have in the bag of holding.
If you don't have one, you can borrow mine. It's heavily spiced. It's effectively the same kind of shit that plague doctors would have put in their masks back in the day.
Into it. And yeah, I actually don't. I guess I reasoned Hobgoblin wouldn't have soap or some dumb shit like that. But yeah, I don't have soap.
Fair, yeah. Then I'll let you borrow mine.
Appreciated.
It's cardamom and sage and citrus and just a lot of very powerful, aggressive scents.
So yeah, Fef's gonna go take a bath.
Understandable. It is easily the most luxurious bath you've ever had.
Yes. Emma is still just pondering on the matter, though. Just while I would certainly hope that the chance for a peace talk would be able to come through, the possibility that this may be something they've held in waiting and could be something that would await us if we were to try and engage in something. Well, I'm not want to assume the worst of people. It's not something that can so easily be ignored as a possibility.
It is also within operations of their method of war. We sent airships to aggress upon Roshadran line, and in such the Roshadrans revealed that they had cannonry across the entirety of the mountain range. To ambush and surprise an otherwise superior minded advancing force seems to be the way in which they prefer to operate. The fact that the governor would not resign to combat, even knowing that both of his superior lieutenants had fallen, tells a lot in a way. Even knowing his family was behind him, he would not give. There are people who hold their ground.
So determined to see things through to the end, no matter what.
If I may, Horace, from what we have seen through these last 35 years, they are a warrior culture.
More's the thing. These are people that believe fighting is a great honor, that dying in battle is a great honor. The governess said it herself, that her husband had died a true Roshadran death. If this war was so deeply ingrained in their culture, talking them out of it may prove nigh impossible.
Acinda raising a glass. Let us hope that it's not the case.
There's always the matter of removing those who aren't open to talking.
Which, by the way, every time people finish their drinks, Hacinda is on top of like pouring new ones.
Still, there is the matter of not only this war, but the lingering threat of the worms and the dragons that one way or another this war needs to end so that we can focus our efforts on surviving this coming threat.
Yeah.
And Veostrix nods. I do not relish the thought of my kinsmen, or whatever different. I'm going to use a word, and it's not whatever color they may be. Hope it is not what I fear it may be.
And what is that fear exactly?
A second Great Dragon War.
I'm just gonna kind of slide my hands off the table and into my lap, underneath the table.
Little as we really know about the first, or at least as much as I know, And as clueless as we are currently about how to even deal with a single worm, let alone if there are others that may join in, gods only know if anyone would be left through that war.
I believe the rune giants will be able to help you. They were the ones that brought the worms and my kind low previously.
Maybe the only chance we have.
Indeed. Cinda about to. Oh.
Long and protracted as this war with Rashadran has been, I doubt a bout with the worm would be nearly as well resisted at present. While I'd rather avoid a war entirely, we may not have the luxury of choice, so we'd best figure out a means to handle this as soon as possible.
At least it is not the biggest.
Come again?
The red worm. It is not the biggest worm in existence.
Do you speak of all time or of those living?
Both?
I feel some elaboration is in order.
I mean, think about it. The red worm, the one that you saw rise, it is not as. It is roughly, give or take, it's not quite as big as the one that we are currently resting in, which I'm still a little uncomfortable by the fact that I'm currently sitting, having drinks in the corpse of an ancestor, progenitor.
Yeah.
I was wondering about that.
But
I don't feel great about it, but it's the same as seeing a skeleton that has been dead for 2,000 years. Again, you've made a city out of one of my progenitors.
when you put it that way, that
It's kind of messed up.
From a. Yes. Of course, I've always been one of the more diplomatic of my kind. Why I am here, why I have married, and it just motions to Leolin. And not. It is why I was never content to hide away and sleep for the eons as my kindred and my brethren and my sistren have. Sistren, is that a word?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh.
I think it's where you store water.
All right.
That's a cistern.
I thought that was a collection of interlocking parts all serving the same purpose together.
No, that's a system. You fuck.
God's bless you, Pax and Feth.
That aside, as he just motions to all three of you, just that aside, it is why I wanted to be amongst the races that the giants created, to understand. While my brethren and the others of my kind are content to rage and to rampage and to attack. I wanted to understand more than anything. And along the way I fell in love. But that is neither here nor there. I had a
Well.
point where I was beginning with this and I've forgotten it. I apologize. In the end, I guess I'm just bragging that I'm married. Look at her, she's beautiful. And Leolyn just meanwhile just, you've had far too much to drink. I'm going to cut you off as she takes his drinks for herself.
Well, I'm glad that there's been at least some level of understanding for you, and perhaps there's a bit of a naive part of me that hopes that maybe such understanding may also extend to others, be it within Rashadran or amongst the dragons, to avert any further war. Again, it can't help but feel like a bit futile of a hope at times, but, well, feel like I owe it to Dieter to try and carry on that hope.
Dieter was a good lad. The best of all of us. Well, all of you. That
came out really insulting.
it did, and I apologize. I did not mean it as that. I can't say the best of us. I am literally different from all of you. I hope you understand what I mean.
I do, but I'm still gonna make fun of you for it.
Understandable. I'm sorry.
I, I understand the intent behind your words, and
Yes, thank you. Crown Prince Dieter was one who wanted to unite the continent under a single banner for in peace. I cannot help but think, and of course Albert may have his own insights into this, that he is turning in his grave.
guess there's still a part of me that feels I failed him in trying to run away from it all after his death, but it's all I can do to try and keep moving to set things right in a way. Maybe that's not quite the right words, but
You did what you had to stay alive. That is what is most important.
it's true. While I'm still alive, I can still try and keep his dream alive.
You, Crown Prince Albert, and the rest of us, such as we may be. Cannot help but feel like something else going on, though. After everything you all have said and shared, it, it feels like there's something when you're sitting around the campfire, something just beyond the reach of the light. Is that a good analogy? I don't.
There's one crucial key we are missing.
Thank you. Thank you.
I suppose something that does hinge on my mind that Hilda did tell us of earlier, perhaps you might know anything about it, Asterix,
Totally kind of
with
perking up. Just
right, the red worm that flew free that had supposedly been sealed by runes across the continent.
I'm familiar with the story. I will admit I was not alive during the event itself. Well, I was. I was very young upon the event.
I was not sure of where exactly things fell within the line of when the worms fell and when the Dragon's War truly occurred.
The worm, the worms being felled and the red worm being imprisoned was the end of the war. It was the event that brought about the end of the war. Your Glinthatu, spirit of Glinthatu when he was alive, was one of the generals of the Great Dragon War.
Right. Now, I thought, I'm gonna say this, I guess, out of character for a moment. I thought that it was said that at one point, like during the war, that Veostrix had actually like not necessarily, I guess, sort of like turned traitor, but had been acting and working against the dragons and with mankind during the war.
Right. Both both are technically correct. He was still young, but he was still working with mankind.
Okay.
He was technically not an active participant in any of the battles. He was just effectively, and to use meta knowledge, he was effectively an informant.
Okay.
To kind of reconcile those two things.
Okay. Right. That's what I was trying to figure out, of just like where that all sat, because like I didn't figure he had reason to be lying to us about it, but I was just trying to piece together the timeline of those
Right.
things.
No, he was
Right.
still very young, but he was not a child.
Right.
He was just
Okay.
very much like, again,
Effectively in the adolescence of a dragon's life, or
right.
give or take. Okay. Then I don't suppose you know anything about these supposed runes that held the Red Worm's prison, then?
Much as I would love to say that I am, was not exactly entrusted with the exact location. Uh, I was made aware of the presence of them and even helped, in a way, design them. Runes that could handle enough magical energy to. I was instrumental in the arcane knowledge required to put a worm into stasis.
The conceptualization of it, then.
Yes, thank you. As he kind of gently reaches for another drink from Leolin's, and she just bats at his hand.
Hmm. If you ended up designing these runes, if they were supposedly destroyed or deactivated in some way, and that is what allowed the worm to become free, might you know if there is anything particular that would have needed to be done to said runes in order to accomplish this? Is it something that could have simply happened of the runes fading in power over time, or
No,
a
it
deliberate act?
it would have had to have been a ritual, a very deliberate act.
A ritual, so not simply some manner of destruction of
No,
the
a
rune.
ritual done at each of the sites of the rune.
So
Are
this
you?
was so this wasn't just happenstance of these runes being destroyed for separate reasons, be it the clearing or mining of a mountain or some such. This is someone intentionally set the worm free.
Are you certain it would have required this ritual at all of the runes? Perhaps if the magic had been weak enough, the worm could have shaken itself free.
No, it would have required the weakening of all 5 of the rune. As it was designed as such to be that even if one rune was in place, it would still hold the worm in stasis, in sleep, in slumber.
Someone has wished the worm to be set free.
Very intentional.
To what end? Mm. This is this is an answer that I do not believe I ever wished to come across.
I think it's kind of our job at this point to do that, though.
Certainly is shaping up that way, isn't it? Who or what would want the worm to be released? To know of these runes, to be able to find them and perform the rituals. How would they have known? To what end?
And at this point, Tharissa, at her spot on the table, hasn't been drinking any alcohol at this point. Just has been up with the adults, basically, just kind of soaking in conversations. Would it not stand to reason that it would just be someone that believes or worships the dragons of old?
Oh, hell. I'm looking right at Mahajapit on that one. Those who informed you on the movings of the giants, of the dragons before.
You speak of the Draconic Historians League? Or was it...
Who else would know? It puts them on a list of suspects for sure.
trying to recall back with the Historians League, because I'm trying to think with them. They first took interest with Maha when he... I think it was when we were at the arena in...
It was
Was
after
that the arena?
Alhax. It was
Was it after?
in Ghost Shore, I believe, was the arena, or was no, that was Alhax. That's right.
Right. Okay, yeah, arena was Alex, so it was before then, I think, because it was... Maybe they were in Alhax. I'm actually trying... No, they were before Alhax, because Smod used Ascending Surface to try and contact them.
Right
at some
after
point,
Alhax. That's right.
Right. Yeah, they... Okay, yeah, they were interested in trying to learn the history of what happened to the dragons.
So about this time, Fef is going to begin rifling, as he likes to do, through the bag of holding, and going to produce the item he retrieved from the governor's house, which is a staff, and will present it to the group.
What is this?
Father Fef wants it.
Why?
Wasn't told, just told to bring it to him.
Read aura.
Okay. You read aura, and immediately it is blindingly powerful. and you cannot discern what class of magic it is.
Oh no, Harry.
No, what school of magic it is. Sorry.
Right.
But you knew
No,
what I meant.
yeah.
Yeah.
God, he's wildly powerful and
The,
unknowable.
the closest you can kind of discern is divination.
Yeah, and Lorenz is still being stabbed in the eyes by this thing, not even about to be able to make that gap close.
Yeah. Maha's still just trying to rifle through on remembering with the Historians League, because there was him, and then one of the only other people they came across that had knowledge of anything about the dragons or stuff related to them was, I think Radicastor was the one that was looking for the Grand Dragon Horde, wasn't it?
Yes, the ring that was.
Yeah, we were the one that we delivered him that ring that was part of. He said it was part of like a map
Yes.
of some sort to lead to the Grand Dragon Horde. Yeah, so the Historians League, they were the ones that mentioned the Dragon Killer weapon and where that would have been, which we ended up discovering to be Merodia.
Yes.
Yeah, so Ma's going to be just
Interesting.
kind of like thinking back and just, they were the ones that told us about where, well, we know it's Erodia now, but the Dragon Killer weapon had been.
Yes,
been
quite
trying to find.
quite affable she is, actually, turns out.
How has she been doing, by the way? Hopefully not causing too much of a scene.
No,
in
she
the
has been
city?
settling in quite well at the Roseway Tavern, from what I've heard.
Okay.
When a dragon gets too close to the Devarian capital, he has been sent out, admittedly with my help, to deal with it, but otherwise she spends most of her days and nights at the Roseway Tavern, uh, with her last charge as given to her by young Lorenz to look after his family. She keeps to that.
Good to know, but to a point, she is a symbol of the last dragon war. Generations old and new would know what she means to your people.
Yes,
Looking at Maha again.
when I deliver her to said draconic threat, it is a very short-lived fight.
What were to happen, or what would happen were all the worms to be slain?
Such a thing has never been conceived of before. In theory, the laws of magic have already been established and enforced upon the world, so nothing? Theory?
I'd like to roll an Arcana check on the staff while everybody's talking.
Okay.
Just to make a point of like doing this in the background.
It would actually not be an Arcana check.
Okay.
It would be a religion check.
Fuck.
Ooh.
Fuck. All kinds of dumb.
I could maybe assist with that.
Or you could just roll it. I have a
Right.
+1.
I was gonna say Ma's also got an interest in this now. Fuck it, hero point.
Hey,
I guess, should this technically be a secret or
You can if you
private roll?
want. It doesn't necessarily need to be, but you
Right.
can. Like,
Yeah. Like, since I'm spending the hero point on it.
there you go.
oh, if just enough, I can actually demystify this for Beth.
Yeah, Maha's brain being pulled in a couple of different directions, both on this staff and trying to ponder on the.
Japin, you recognize it as as an item of legend said to have been the staff or weapon of the goddess of fate, lost after her servant had struck her down in a betrayal. Uh, the servant's name you don't recall, but the servant of the goddess of fate struck her down, and the goddess of fate, her staff, known as her symbol, in the fighting had lost it and sent it away. You recognize this as, quite genuinely, the staff of the Fate Weaver.
So Maha just taking this in and just trying to like look at it, and I'm assuming, are there like any specific symbols like engraved into it, or
The staff itself is actually a kind of crescent moon with a very thin line of metal connecting a star symbol between the 2 points of the crescent.
okay, right? I do remember you mentioning that before, and just like takes it in, and then like his eyes fix on that crescent moon symbol for a bit, and suddenly his eyes just go wide, just like, no, this, there's no way.
It is incredibly powerful. What could it be?
That is the weapon of a goddess. That's the Fate Weaver's staff. Where? It's been simply. I'd thought it simply a legend, but that. How would he? How would he know? Father Fef told you.
Yeah, so he told
This.
me specifically to make sure I got this and brought it to him.
How would he?
Do
No.
you really want me to answer that?
No, I'm not sure I do.
Fef. Now, if you look at the item description of the staff in your inventory, it should be different.
Just gotta find it. There it is.
It's in the backpack in the bag of holding.
I need to get a couple more backpacks in there to organize shit better.
God. Pull out bags of bags of bags.
Listen, I had a big old Crown Royale dice bag for a while, and I actually had like 4 or 5 dice bags within that to keep certain sets organized.
Not a lie.
Okay, yeah, I've read the description though.
Yeah, Oz like almost lost his other train of thought at this point out of just the sheer shock and awe. Really? Okay, calm down. It's just the former possession of a deity. Just another day of adventuring. Just another. What the fuck?
Do you need me to put? Do you need me to like put it away? I can put it away.
At this point, the milk is spilled.
Out of sight does not mean out of mind.
Which, what are the others in the room thinking all this?
Oh god, it's I mean, pretty much all of 4 of them, Leolin, Theostrix, Chloris, and Hilda are all just kind of staring at it. And they're all just kind of like, it is very magical, but it is not our purview of magical. Because it is 4 very powerful arcane cast. Well, 3 very powerful arcane casters and 1 very powerful occult caster.
I was gonna say, like, is Hacinda still out, and did she have any reaction to it?
Jacinda just kind of the Fate Weaver was a very neutral goddess. She no opinion on demons, demonesses, any of the like. Fate is fate.
Upon hearing that specific sentence, that fate is fate, I'm going to look over at Zendros.
Do you feel anything, friend? You who have defied fate. Or perhaps played into its end.
You there, Dustin?
Sorry, I was away for a second.
Good.
I heard most of it. The staff, all of that.
Right. And then Lorenz just directly asked you something.
If you can feel anything from the staff on the kind of being either one to have either evaded fate or played into its extra dimensional hand.
Trying to think what I could. Could I like roll something for that?
It's more just up to your character's interpretation. It is the staff of the Fate Weaver, the goddess of fate.
I would say I don't necessarily get any particular vibes from it myself, but
Lorenz.
No, just as he kind of says that, I was just nodding and ruminating on what all this could mean more.
I'll be honest, I don't know what worries me more. The fact that we found this and even know of it now, or the fact that Father Fef was so keenly, specifically aware of it and wants it.
yes, that was going to be the main thing that I'm just thinking about on repeat. Why would Father Fef want this, and like for what purpose, and what does it all mean?
I have ideas. Lorenz has no fucking clue, but I have ideas.
Yeah. I think I might be on the same wavelength as TJ, but Ma's again just awestruck.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally just and even despite what he said earlier of just not out of sight, not out of mind, just trying to set all of that aside for a time. Push that as far back into my mind as the gods will let me. The matter of the Historians League. Lorenz, you had suspicions with them knowing about Orodia's tomb as being the dragon killer weapon.
They would be the most suspect people on knowing the history of this dragon war. They knew about the tomb of Rhodia. They directed us straight to it, for God's sake. Who's to say they didn't know about the runic seal? Perhaps they are trying to create a second dragon war.
What purpose would that serve, though?
As being worshippers, perhaps they believe it would guarantee them a place in the new world. Perhaps the war between our countries, Duver and Roshadran, has gone long enough that they believe that a dragon war is the only way to unite our peoples.
They're not
Wrong.
thus far.
Exactly. It is a multifaceted situation.
Well, this does somewhat still hinge on the assumption that they are worshippers and not simply historians. We may
What's the greatest honor for a historian?
To be part of history.
What if they're not cultists? They just want to write the history of a second war themselves.
Potentially, it does not have to have a religious bent, but the fact of the matter still stands. Whatever their motivation, they are prime suspects on the people who would know how to kick off a second dragon war.
I don't know if I necessarily wholeheartedly suspect them. The fact of their knowledge does remain in question, I suppose.
Not to derail, Theft?
Yes.
When did Father Theft tell you to get this staff?
Was it last night?
Technically, yes. No, it would have been 2 nights ago, technically. The first night
Okay.
you spent in the slums. Yeah.
Yeah, the night before last.
How?
He does.
It will confirm he just kind of does.
Wait, hold on.
Like in your head?
Yeah, well, I was asleep.
He shows up in person sometimes too. He's spoken to me before. Of a more personal matter, not pertaining to the grander portions at large.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Bad. A bit of a long shot. Can you ask him why he wants it? And tell him we're all a little concerned?
I can, but he'll answer you.
As much as we hate talking to him, it might not be a bad idea.
At that point, you all hear from seemingly every dark corner in the room. But that would be a spoiler, my friends. That will
Don't
come
care.
soon.
Don't care. You're sketchy and making me nervous.
Good. I assure you, everything will be elucidated soon. For the time being, I'm not the important plot element. I mean, an important one, of course, but not the most
Okay.
pressing.
While he's saying this, I'm looking around to like Veostrix and Leo.
Yeah, honestly, same.
They show no reaction.
You
I hate that.
none of you are. Oh gods.
What?
No, we are. They aren't.
What? What do you mean?
No, please don't make us explain.
Don't.
If you ask us to explain, I will ask Fef to explain, and that will be your nightmare for the rest of the evening.
Never mind.
Yes.
And you hear from the dark shadows of the room.
Ma's gonna finish his drink and then reach over to take Veostrix's from Leolin.
We're just gonna pack the staff away.
That is.
Second use of the holy ale for Pax.
In the single night. This
I
is.
don't know if it's possible, but I'm gonna earworm him somehow.
Just gonna start humming like the "I Dream of Jeannie" theme over and over again.
I'm thinking the song that never ends.
Try to mind
Yes.
virus an elder god.
Stop
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
Stop that.
Yes, I will.
It won't work.
Never
Yes,
know
it
until I try.
I respect it.
God damn it. Yeah, that shuts Lorenz up for the rest of dinner at this point.
Is there anything else anyone would like to discuss before the end of the evening?
Yeah.
I think Maha is mentally and emotionally drained, personally.
Yeah. That
I got-
attitude can't be settled out of game.
I got one thing. Can we pretty clearly rule out the assassination attempt on the Empress being somebody from Rashadrim at this point?
Veostrix. Oh, yes, it was a Bavarian citizen.
Okay.
That feels like news to us.
Did I not
Yep.
make that clear earlier?
I don't think any of us were here.
There was. Well, I'm trying to remember who wasn't present for it because it was when.
It was Maha, Pax, and Theft were the three that were present for it.
I think Lorenz was around too when.
Yes.
Yeah, when
You-
Albrecht was talking about it.
Yes, you
'Cause
four.
I don't think he had specifically, but he did say that it was like they had made cries of tyranny.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because assassins don't lie.
But more importantly, like the express opinion that this was a Duvarian citizen was not brought up. Just what they cried out during the assassination attempt.
Right. So yeah, it being explicitly said to be a son of Dever being technically new information. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if that's all for the evening, going once,
I
going
think
twice.
so.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
all for me.
Yeah, I'm good.
So then, and that is where we'll end tonight's session. With the evening, everyone kind of going their separate ways for the evening. Or more accurately, everyone bedding down onto the inflatable mattress for the evening of the Drexen household.
Because they did have that fuck huge mattress.
Yes.
Yeah, it is hilariously massive.
Yes. And that will be where we wrap up for the evening and begin next session, the next morning. Everyone would like to hit their rest button on their computer now.
There we go.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
I'm above 50% HP.
Yes. We'll begin next session with you guys awakening the next morning. Yes.
A lot of social elements and a lot of plot and mental breakthroughs. Holy shit.
I don't know what you mean.
Thonkung.
But yes. We'll begin next week. Dan, please do not die tomorrow. The
I will
rest
try to bed
However,
down.
if you've gotta, take some motherfuckers with you. You know what I mean?
God. It's like, they're the weekend shifters. I don't know them.
Just show them what
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
Just make sure to yell for the Emperor before you do it.
Yes.
Yeah, just remember, I can't remember the name of the samurai right now, but just remember to shout that you wish you had 7 lives to give for your emperor.
my other regret is that I don't have 7 lives to give to the Emperor. Ah! Yes. I was gonna make that joke and you beat me to it, you fucking asshole. Thank you everyone for coming out and joining us for the tonight's session. We all had fun. I know I did. I hope you all did as well.
I've been full brain blast this whole time. I am officially fucking tired.
That's
This
fair.
has been fantastic.
We'll see you guys next week with the next session of our Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaign, where presumably the party will finally go to the Rune Giant.
Also, stop shouting about magical Duracell.
We'll see you guys next week. Stay good, neighborhood.
Bye.